Good morning, dear Professor.
Good morning, everybody. Waiting for starting.
Dear Professor Dr. Madrigal, I think it's the time to start if you don't mind. So, if you have my voice, I'm going to start. Bir yaz açılsın, kapandı. Ön aç, kapandı. Konuşum kapandı. Şu an. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear valuable also colleagues, of course, depending wherever you are on this planet. And on behalf of the organizing committee of the 5th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism at Alanya Hep University, I'm honored and delighted to welcome you to this annual conference. As you may know, the main reason that we have decided to hold our conference online was due to the pandemic that has changed completely the lifestyle of people. But according to the statistics, it seems that we are now in the normalization process. So it is now a time for bigger things on how to plan a post-COVID living spaces. The main aim of this conference is to seek how we can design a better world together, considering post-COVID era. In this regard, recent findings on post-pandemic studies will be discussed. Accordingly, all the main articles have been selected and classified in such a way to enrich the possibility of this importance. Therefore, as a manifesto for the recent problem, I believe that the post-pandemic cities will bring lots of ideas to design a better world together. Overall, referring to the essence of this conference, I would say that this event has been organized to provide and share the latest manifestos, methodologies, and development to raise the understandings of the future of architecture and urban planning, bringing together leading academic scholars to exchange and share their recent results is also the main concern of this conference. We have launched this annual conference about 5 years ago During organizing ICC-AUA 2022, based on our advertisement, we have received 261 papers from 48 different countries. And after doing all the review and registration process, 171 high quality manuscripts from 44 different countries have been selected to this conference. So looking at these statistics, we can see that the conference has reached its aim of providing a global platform to discuss contemporary affairs in architecture and urbanism. Gathering 323 highly cited scholars from 44 different countries is a dream of each organizer to transfer the objectives of their conference. I hope the participants of this conference will be able to transfer recent findings presented in this conference to their own colleagues and students. Urbanization and sustainable urban development, planning the post-COVID cities, energy and climate design, sustainability and urban design, designing philosophy and education, architecture and technology, habitat studies and heritage, and also cultural landscapes are the hottest topics which will be discussed at this conference. Our technical program for this conference is rich and varied with 7 keynote speeches and 7 invited talks and 171 technical papers which have been split between 3 parallel sessions to be discussed during these 2 days. As the conference chair of the ICC-AUA, I would know that the success of this conference depends ultimately on the many people who have worked with us in planning and organizing the program. In particular, I thank the rector of Alanya Hamdullah Emin Pasha University, Professor Dr. Ebru Gülbul, Professor Dr. Erol Sayan, and Dr. Muzaffar Özgüleş, who respectively are the Dean of the Faculty of Architecture and the Head of the Department of Architecture at Alanya Happy University. I thank them for all their advice, support, and partnership. I have also thanked all the organizing committee members, specifically Professor Dr. Jose Manuel Pais Madrigal, Dr. Seda Bostanci, Dr. Mennat El Hussein, and Dr. Roxana Rahbayan Yaz, Professor Dr. Islam El Gonaimi, and Professor Dr. Hussam Hussein, who supports us as conference co-chairs, and all the reviewers of the Journal of Contemporary Urban Affairs for their detailed and timely review of their papers. My acknowledge also goes to Professor Dr. Ahmed Fakal from Ain Shams University, Professor Dr. Jian Fasheng from Chinese University of Hong Kong, Professor Dr. Sahar Atia from Cairo University, and Professor Dr. Yasser Mahjoub from Gala University, and Professor Dr. Joseph Adriana from Federal University of Nigeria, and Dr. Laura Espinadel from the Urban Memos Center, and Professor Dr. Carlo Alberini from Muhammad VI Polytechnic University for the delivery of their insightful keynotes that I'm sure these talks will invoke profound intellectual discoveries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoy the excellent academic and cultural atmosphere of ICC-AUA 2022 and wish you all a productive conference ahead. On my own personal note, I just would like to say it has been a real privilege to be the chairman of this conference, and thanks for all of your amazing work and patience that I really, really appreciate. We have 2 professors from the Order of Architecture of Napoli. So since they could manage to come to be online, they sent their videos that are welcoming the authors. So I would like to share.
Hello everyone, I am architect for the consigliere e metropolitan architect, pianificatori paesaggisti di Napoli provincia. We are delighted to participate and establish this joint partnership in the upcoming years with the international environment of Antalya, Turkey, after the 2021 participation and by our Department of Training and Internationalization at the ECCA UA conference, we have considered seeking the ratification of this definitive interest on this new agenda. Now, I would like to introduce Salvatore Polverino, our rookie, who will establish that this contribution will be accepted in a proper manner on the basis of the President report and his annual committee. I call upon Mr. Polverino to describe his two processes. First, industrial archaeology in the era of Destis family from Naples. Manufacturing gelato under its Mondial Geo division. Second, fire and explosion deterrence machine learning hybrid model in defense of water space for cell intervention. Thank you, Professor Mia, and the organizing committee. Bye.
Buongiorno al professor Mina, al volo di questa conferenza internazionale, dove il professor Leonardo Di Mauro, presidente come sociologo che vede la partecipazione di una probabilità di nazione del bacino mediterraneo, nonché altre clienti che hanno sperimentali. Voglio ora sottolineare la significato della nostra presenza istituzionale in questa sede. Riunirci ad ascoltare i risultati delle ricerche delle nuove tematiche rappresenta un'importantità della missione dell'ordine degli politica europea, intrecciando la diversità di competenze tecniche che includono esponenti di 40 organizzazioni nel settore dell'urbanistica, dell'amministrazione, dell'educazione e della cultura. I risultati della presenza dell'ordine a questa conferenza saranno un'importante sostenibilità del dialogo caratterizzata. Riunirci ad ascoltare i risultati delle ricerche e delle nuove tematiche rappresenta un'importanza vitale per la missione dell'Ordine degli Architetti Partenopei, intrecciando una diversità di competenze tecniche che includono esponenti di più di 40 organizzazioni nel settore dell'urbanistica, dell'amministrazione, dell'economia, dell'educazione e della cultura. Il risultato di questa seconda presenza dell'Ordine a questa conferenza suffraga un'importante sostenibilità del dialogo caratterizzato dalla ricerca attraverso una corretta metodologia e i suoi codici di etica associati, di cui lo stesso ordine è tutore e sentinella, essendo operante sotto lo scudo del Ministero della Giustizia. Ad oggi viviamo un'epoca di tolleranza e di integrazione e il nostro obiettivo risiede proprio nel fornire alle prossime generazioni gli strumenti giusti e sostenibili, oltrepassando un modello autoreferenziale e chiuso in se stesso, come spesso purtroppo oggi accade. Parlo a nome di tutto il Consiglio e della Presidenza. Voglio ringraziare tutti coloro che stanno ascoltando questo messaggio ed in particolare il professore organizzatore dell'Accademia e il comitato organizzatore di cui facenti parte sono il consigliere architetto Antonio Coppola e il suo membro sostenitore del Dipartimento afferente alla formazione e internazionalizzazione architetto Salvatore Polverino. I due architetti sono stati promossi da quest'anno nel vostro comitato organizzatore, per cui vogliamo auspicare i migliori auguri a questa missione, in modo da iniziare questa solida sinergia internazionale con l'Università di Antalya e il palinsesto per i prossimi anni a seguire.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Leonardo Di Mauro, for your kind invitation for our mutual conference for our upcoming years. And now I would like to ask Professor Dr. Jose Manuel Page Madrigal, which is one of our the only pillar of the conference, which was with us since 2018, and also the conference president. So the Professor Madrigal, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning. All my congratulations one more year for, first of all, the main organizers of this event, Professors Urash and Roxanne, and of course to Alanya HAP University, which one more time is having this kind of initiatives. At the end, it is very important to have overlapped all these pandemic era, through this kind of activities. So my congratulations again to all people. Only this message at the moment. Was excited with the idea of hearing talking in Italian. So this is a novelty for this moment. Not only, I hope, and all the best successful objectives for the best wishes for this conference. Thank you very much, and let's go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, Professor Dr. Madrigal. And I would like to ask our Head of Department of Architecture, dear Dr. Muzaffar Özgüleş, to deliver his welcoming speech.
Thank you. As the head of the Department of Architecture at Alanya University, it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you to the 5th International Conference on Contemporary Affairs on Architecture and Urbanism. The most striking aspect of the conference is its stress on interdisciplinarity and its quest for reaching the contemporary, very recent developments in architecture and urbanism. In that sense, I believe it is a great opportunity for all of us, for all academics, so we can benefit from it as much as we can. I believe that it is one of the best atmospheres to exchange good practices, learn about cutting-edge technology and research, share and disseminate the findings and results of our projects. So therefore, I would like to congratulate Urash Hocam and Roxana Hocam for their diligent work, wonderful work in preparing this conference, and the whole organizing committee of the conference. And I once again would like to welcome you to the 5th conference. I hope you will enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Dr. Muzaffar Özgüleş, Head of Department of Architecture. Now I would like to invite Professor Dr. Errol Sayan, our Dean of the Faculty of Architecture at Alanya University, to deliver his keynote speech.
Thank you, Huresh. I am happy to be here in the last 3 years again in this desk of opening speeches. As Huresh remarked in his opening remarks, we have passed 3 years with struggle of COVID, and hence I remember all dedicated medical staff who fight with COVID, and remember the souls we have lost all over the world. Millions of people have passed. Now we have to look more optimistically toward the future, but I can't be so much optimistic as in post-Second World War days of the world. Some of the tools, as again, Horace remarked, from the COVID period, we are still using like this conference, and we are going to use these technologies also, which made possible to bring almost 1/5 of the UN member countries in this conference together from 43 countries. You said, yeah, it is quite a number. So these opportunities will be further being used, I believe, in such scientific academic conferences. I can't be so optimistic, I said, because some impacts of COVID are also going on, not more in medical stage, but in economic stage. Inflation rates are going higher in even developed countries, in the Western world, and also in other continents of the world, unfortunately, and which causes the gap between haves and have-nots. That gap is widening. If you look at the Pareto indexes of incomes in several countries, it is shifted toward 2080, which should be normally 40-60. And this situation is further causing impacts on international political conflicts, which somehow turn also to military conflicts. Unfortunately, everybody is aware where in the world there is a military stage here and there, unfortunately. Again, I emphasize. These conflicts have caused also large-scale migrations between countries, which cause further political problems to be solved, and unrests, which causes at the national scale some political polarizations. These political polarizations have spread to international relations, and like the Cold War era, we are entering again a shift from the nice years of free trade to restricted trade between countries. That is also not so nice. Physically, somehow related with architecture, in 1990, beginning of 1990s, we have seen demolition of the Berlin Wall, but all around the world now, new physical walls, not only mental wars, as I mentioned under the title of polarization, political polarization. We see rise of new and huge physical walls in Mexico border, in the USA, in the southeast border of Turkey, and in so many countries which I can't remember just now. Therefore, unfortunately, we have shifted from the utopias to a dystopic world, which is also reflected in movies, TV shows, literature also. We are more pessimistic now. So I hope in this conference we can find not only ways to develop architecture for the new world, we can find also some ways to be again utopic. This utopia and dystopia, as you are well aware, are also essential topics of architecture over the centuries. Thank you and welcome again. And I thank also to organizing committee for this really great effort.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Errol Sain, our Dean of the Faculty of Architecture here in Alanya HEP University. And now I would like to deliver you our rector's welcoming speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, by expressing my gratitude to all our valuable authors, keynote speakers, and students, I would like to welcome you to the 5th International Conference of Contemporary Affairs in Architecture and Urbanism. Alanya Hamdullah Emin Pasha University is the first university in Alanya as a training foundation of Hamdullah Emin Pasha. In 2014 and 2015 academic year, after 7 years of effort which was done by the Board of Trustees, the university was planned to accept students. At the moment, Alanya Hamdullah Emin Pasha University has 4 faculties.
Faculty of Art and Design, Faculty of Architecture, Faculty of Engineering, Faculty of Economics and Administrative
Sciences, plus 3 graduate programs and 2 institutes. In addition, the School of Foreign Languages, which consists of basic English, that is preparatory class, and modern language courses, has also been active. With our experts and qualified faculty members, we are trying to add a scientific and academic value to the richness of the city of Alanya. in terms of university, society sector, corporation, and plan to continue education. Process with the most up-to-date approaches on the global scale. Today, you can see one of the missions. In this regard, I would like to thank to the organizing committees of the conference for their hard work to shift the method of holding this conference to an online base, which nowadays is the most popular trend in all universities around the world. We do hope that the new contacts established here in this online conference would increase the exchange of ideas
between. So enjoy.
The most popular trend in all universities around the world. We do hope that the new contacts established here in this online conference would increase the exchange of ideas and experience between scholars. So enjoy the online days ahead and have a productive event. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Ebru Erol, our rector of here in Alanya University. And now I would like to welcome our keynote speakers, if they are around, starting from our Professor Dr. Sahar Atiya from Department of Architecture. So I will take the person. If you unmute, if you are around, dear Professor Dr. Sahar Atiya.
Yes, I am here. Hi, hello.
Hello, welcome, dear Professor Dr. Sahar Atiya from the Cairo University. You may, of course, we will have fully, let's say, introduce you in the keynote speak part. So you may have a welcoming speech for our authors and colleagues. So the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. And it's a great pleasure to be with you and listening to the introductions done by all the colleagues in Al Naya University. I have to thank all the organizing team. Really, it was a great preparation. I've seen it through the emails going and coming. I'm really amazed by the number of people attending early this morning and the multidisciplinary papers that I have seen through the abstracts. So welcome to the authors and thank you for being there as well to share experience and to tell us your stories. I mean, we know that the current challenges now in the global world and what is happening, whether with climate change or with COVID, can only be solved through sharing opinions and collaboration and exchanging ideas. So I encourage all to attend and to listen and to gain some new knowledge and learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dr. Sahar Atiya. We will have a very interesting topic from you, planning the post-COVID cities, which will be interesting. We will eagerly waiting to hear your speech. And now, dear Professor Dr. Ahmed Fagal.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this great conference. And thank you to all my colleagues and friends through this conference. As Dr. Sahar said, it was amazing arrangement and everything was great till now. And I hope all the success for this great conference. And maybe next time we will be together physically, not online. Thank you, and all my pleasure and wishes for a successful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Ahmed Fakal. We are also eagerly waiting to hear your keynote speech. Professor Dr. Jian Fashian from Chinese University of Hong Kong is now with us. He is one of the top 2% highly cited scholars according to Stanford University. So I would like to invite him to deliver his keynote speech if he is available.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to join the 5th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. It's a great interdisciplinary forum for researchers to exchange research results on architecture and urbanism. As we know, the world is increasingly urbanized and globally connected. There are global challenges as well as great opportunities to make use of advanced technologies to build sustainable, efficient, equal, and smart cities. My university, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, was established in 1963 to serve as a bridge between China and the West. It has become a comprehensive research university with 8 faculties and 9 colleges. My department, Geography and Resource Management, is under the Faculty of Social Science. In 2012, the department and the School of Architecture jointly launched the Urban Studies program. My department currently have 4 concentration areas: geospatial data science, physical environment and resource management, urban and regional development, and smart sustainable cities, offering bachelor, master, and PhD degree programs. Each year, we offer over 10-fold PhD studentship to well-qualified applicants. You are all welcome to visit Hong Kong and my university in the near future. Finally, I wish all of you enjoy this conference. Thank you.
We are not listening. Is someone talking? Excuse me.
Yes, thank you for mentioning this point, dear Dr. Des. So I would like to continue with the Professor Dr. Yasser Mahjoub from the Gala University.
Yes, good morning from Galala University. And it's my pleasure to participate for the second time in this excellent conference, organization, and topics and discussions. I hope it will be as much enjoyable as last year. As for Galala University, I am here on the Galala mountain, 700 meters above the sea level, overlooking the Red Sea and the entrance of the Suez Canal and the Sinai Peninsula. It's a very new university. We started 2020, so we are only in our second year. Yet the university has excellent facilities and excellent group of faculty members from different parts of the world. Of course, the situation where we are in, the environment, the strength of the environment around us, and the impact of climate change that we witness every day, I think is another alarming situation, that our world is no longer contemporary. It's changing very rapidly. Also, the pandemic experience that we went through during the last couple of years proved to us that we need to change our thinking from the present to more forward looking about what might be happen, what scenarios can be happening. Last but not least, the war that just started a couple of months ago also alerted us that our taken for granted world can change immediately or suddenly in no time. So the notion of time, as I'm discussing in my presentation, I think it will be addressing the need to change our state of mind from what the taken of granted to expectations beyond our current situation. I will not take more of your time, but it's my pleasure to be part of this excellent group of experts and scientists and thinkers and philosophers in from different parts of the world. And thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Yasser Makhouk. So we are eagerly waiting for your keynote speech regarding from contemporary era to post-contemporary era, the way and practice and theory that's based on considering your experience. We're eagerly waiting to hear. And now let's continue with Dr. Joseph Aderiana Adetenji from the Federal University of Technology, Akure, Nigeria. So Dr. Laura P. Espinadel, our keynote speaker from the BUS Architectura and BOI GmbH, developer of city memos. So it was a smart urban development technology that as a keynote, we will deliver this knowledge to us. Dear Professor Dr. Laura P. Espinadel, I hope that you can hear me.
Sí, hola, buenos días. Dankeschön. Ich bin in Wien. I'm in Vienna. Thank you. The most important point for me is to tell you that I'm a gypsy professor. I do not represent any university because I'm from the private market, but I make research and development to find new ways to play from inside. The big problem that I see with architects and urbanists is that we think that we are outside of the game. And my effort is to find ways to be part of the society, to be part of the process, and to help to create a new world with new rules. Of course, the challenge is very big, but we have to change all the paradigms because sometimes we must be artists, sometimes we must be scientists, sometimes we must be experts in sociology or in climate change. And we have to learn to jump to these different positions to create a new relationship with the society and with the reality and take responsibility. This is for me the most important message. I wish us all the luck in the next days to discover new ideas and new horizons. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Laura P. Espinadel. So we're eagerly waiting to, let's say, hear your most contemporary approach and your innovative approach of developing urban memos and smart urban development, which is specific in the world. So we are eagerly waiting to hear your keynote speech. Thank you for Professor Dr. Carlo Alberini from the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, Morocco, now here.
Hi, good morning.
Us.
Good morning, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here for the first time. And thank you, Professor Madrigal, for inviting me. And I would like to congratulate all the team that work on this amazing conference. And this international conference in Alanya, in Turkey, for me, testified that your country still remains a pivotal point among culture, and the international visibility of this international conference can constitute a link between East and West, but also based on the abstract that are included in our books, I saw that there are a linkage also between generations. There are the senior scholars as well, PhD students and postdocs. So I think this element of linking people and linking geography and linking age of researchers is one of the most amazing elements that I discovered in your conference. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Dr. Carlo Alberini. And now I would like to give the floor to Professor Dr. Jose Manuel Pace Madrigal to coordinate the keynote speakers session. Dear Professor Dr. Madrigal, the floor is yours. So from now on, I will try to be unmute. So the floor is yours, our president of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you very much, dear Professor Hurash. And we are really today in on time. I mean, so this is good for, you know, people in the conferences always are talking so much, but at the end we are suffering. So congratulations for that. And let us start with the different keynote speakers. I will have all the pleasure for introducing them. So according to that, as you know, all our dear keynote speakers have 15 minutes for presenting their respective speeches. And we are starting at this moment with Professor Dr. Sahar Atiyah. Professor Doctor, good morning. She is a former chair in the Department of Architecture in the Faculty of Engineering, the University of Cairo, and even edited several important publications, at least 4 books I remember, about heritage conservation, informal settlements, and if I am not wrong, even the new about new cities. So it's a pleasure to introduce her. She is a clear activist of the architecture today, even with not so new functions in the parliament in Egypt. So it's a good, I will say, loud speaker of all of us, and with this important. Please, Professor Sahar Atiyah, thank you very much for accepting the invitation, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose, and thank you for the introduction. Am I able to share screen now? Because you have to enable me to share the screen, please.
Okay, dear Dr. Laura, yes, of course, within participants. I think you are now able to share the screen.
Yes, you have to enable me, please.
You can share. I think you are now able. Let me check.
Okay, let me try. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You can see my screen, right?
Yes, we can see. Can you please enlarge the whole screen if possible?
What I'm trying to do now.
Yes, thank you.
And like this, do you see the presentation or do you see the presenter view?
We are seeing the presentation, the whole presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let me start. I know that 15 minutes are a little bit tight and challenging, but it's normal for planners and architects to live in challenges anyway. So I will start with my title, Planning the Post-COVID City. And here I am really, in this presentation, I'm posing a few questions, just throwing out few thoughts that researchers could work on them later. So actually, I'm really addressing whether there will be a city called a post-COVID city, which is might be the healthy city that we're talking about. But I'm convinced that the COVID brought to the planners actually the opportunity to rethink functions and needs and gaps and elements in the city. So we need to check our planning tools. We need to check our opportunities. We need to reconcile with cities, find the gaps, and propose solutions. The literature on the web is rich. Many books, many researchers, everyone started since 2020 to write a piece on the post-COVID city. So there is a post-COVID city, but despite this literature, we cannot really see big implementations or big actions or new master plans, or in maybe some, of course, tactical planning on the local level, but we did not see a big picture of how cities could be. Although we have many ideas about the future city, many conferences about the future city, but still we need to rethink more about the post-COVID city. Of course, we have all been working on multiple typologies: sustainable cities, resilient cities, connected cities, and all these typologies are there. They overlap in that. Many planners are thinking how to make cities more smart, more sustainable. And these typologies, although they overlap, they address same ideas, concerns about environment, about quality of life. And among all these terminologies and these ideas, we have also the healthy city, which maybe is the most relevant to the current crisis. Let's say the other crisis, the other typologies were more relevant to the climate change. So we have, this kind of trends coming on, and people working on and drawing ideas. So what is the healthy city or the post-COVID city different from the resilient city, or different from the sustainable or the green? Should we plan it differently? And I think in order to understand this, let's go back to see the concept was officially established as a strategic initiative in the European region in 1988. Let me do the little point. So like in 1988, we had this initiative, but in 2003, the program was launched, and the core theme were healthy urban planning and health impact assessment. While in 2021, when really we had the COVID on board, and it was time to unveil the gaps of healthy cities. So not all the principles were there, were helping to fight this crisis. And we have seen that new partnerships started, and the WHO worked a lot on also partnering with countries on planning and on the concept of planning itself. So if you go deep into the healthy city, considering that it is the most relevant, or assuming that it is the most relevant, I scanned all the diagrams. I have seen so many ideas, and I found out that yes, some principles are overlapping, and the ideas of planning can be directing towards the same goals and objectives, while the healthy city comes up with small differences, but they are not small, actually, like the lifestyle, for example. So I think the lifestyle is very important, and lifestyle is different from quality of life. And this is a point that we need to make. Proximity and accessibility to health services, to all the amenities, to schools, to work. Yes, we have been talking about mobility a lot in all the cities typologies, but maybe in the post-COVID city should be that more. And we have, of course, the example of Carlos Moreno, who resolved this issue with his 15-minute city in Paris that I will talk about later. And we have, of course, to rethink new standards and new codes regarding the post-COVID city. And in the next slides, I will talk about three questions, trying to answer three questions. The first one, what did the pandemic exposed in cities? The second one is related to keywords to design and plan the post-COVID communities and cities. And then we will talk about the challenges and how we can face those challenges. So if we see what the pandemic exposed in cities, it is a bit funny because we are always calling for equity, we are calling for inclusion and leaving no one behind. And this is exactly what the COVID and even before that, the climate change did to the cities. So they left no one behind. There is no doubt that they really attacked all groups of society. They attacked all the world, urban and rural, rich and poor, developing and developed countries. So it was really a challenging issue. And here you can see this picture. It is a New Cairo, a high-end community that was attacked by the climate change. So the COVID attacked rich and poor. Here is the England, the Queen of England, and the poor people. So you see, it really left no one behind. And this means that our challenges today, to meet them, we have to target all levels and all social stratas and all cities. And I am giving here an example also to show that culture is important to fight or to plan the post-COVID city. So, and every city interprets, and this is what I'm calling the lifestyle. That's why I said lifestyle is important, because if you see this picture, this is Luxor in Egypt, and we see how the nature here is gorgeous and how it is relaxing, and it shows and it reflects a good quality of life, a nice environment. But when we see the people who are living there are living their normal life, this is a picture taken during COVID, and no masks, they are living their life easily, and they are having their shisha and enjoying their time. So culture here is very important, and understanding the limits of people and what they can do in the city is also important. These are the keywords to design the post-COVID communities. So I will not go through them, of course, I'm sure. And this is a picture showing a new initiative in Cairo. This is the vision, but it will be hopefully implemented, of starting to think about how to have the bike lanes within the downtown area. And we hope that it's going to be implemented. Of course, planning also the post-COVID city is addressing two things: the existing cities and the new cities. In Egypt, for example, we have now more than 35 cities under construction or already constructed, and the rest is under construction, maybe 14 under construction now. And we know that there should be indicators, whether to measure the existing cities and their availability to fight the crisis, or in new cities, what we can do as guiding principles to design the new cities. And if we talk about new cities, I will try to have a look on the older models and what were the rules. So this is Chandigarh, as you know, and city of Chandigarh, as Corbusier mentioned, is planned to human scale. It puts in touch the infinite cosmos and nature. So it provides us with places, buildings for all human activities, which the citizens can live and have a full harmonious life. So I think the new planning should really reflect the regions of nature and make every part of the city reachable. Our last question was related to whether the pandemic and emerging challenges will affect the planning and design of our outer spaces in the future and how we can face those challenges. Of course, many cities are already planning for life after COVID. Investments are there, trying to pair the economic recovery with the environmental sustainability, and there is an emphasis on mobility, on energy. Public spaces are being now in the focus, in the heart of our concerns. So still, we have to ask ourselves, are we planning right? Are we doing the right investments? Are we setting our priorities the right way? So all these questions are in the heart of our planning techniques and attitudes, and we have to think really seriously about priorities. When I talk about planning also, it is not only planning, as you know, architecture is important, and architecture is the heart of what we plan the buildings, and we plan the locations, and we plan also the standards. So this is a very small example about how we should develop our new standards. So I'm giving here the picture of a classroom, and if you see, this is a traditional classroom with the number of students sitting in there. And after COVID, I think we have to ask ourselves whether we need to enlarge the size of the classrooms, diminish the number of students. You have seen here some initiatives done by schools. So it's important to, what shall we do about public transportation? We will deal with them the same way? Are there new rules in home design? There should be more flexible layouts. Should we put a new law having terraces in all the apartments to confront the lockdown that happened sometime? So we need to really rethink the standards and the codes. Of course, the challenges are not new to us, all these challenges. We have been living through the problems of urban sprawl, of stresses, of population growth, of the natural disasters, all these challenges. And the pandemic came in there to really add to those challenges and affecting the people health, affecting the communities, the ecosystems. Even heritage sites are affected, and whether by climate change or also by the pandemic, looking at tourism and looking at visits and looking at the city's identity. So biodiversity is also impacted. And solutions and impacts will come from also related to like food security. We need to have the social-cultural values, the city morphology and the public spaces and the role in the city. So thinking of all this, we need to face the challenges. We need to use tactical planning and design, and tactical urbanism is really creating a quick and effective urban interventions. But these interventions should be within a larger vision. Tactical urbanism humanizes the city, and this is what is important. It relies really on place-making concept, improving the quality of life in local neighborhoods, and enable a nice lifestyle. I mean, this is important. We have also other initiatives to do. We need to revisit governance in many cities, especially developing countries. We need to change the behavioral patterns, but through design, not just mention theoretically things, but we need to design. We need to plan for short term and long term, and we need to consider, of course, science and technology in all our solutions. The Parisian example of the 15-minute city is really important, but of course we have always to ask whether, and also I think Singapore modified the concept to 20 minutes town and 45-minute city. So I will not go through details to try to keep my time. This is the super block that gives city back to pedestrian. This is the example of Barcelona, which is very important. And here we have tried to implement it in the new city of Alamein, whether to have the compromise between the road network and achieve connectivity while the city is pedestrian. So these are all solved with the super blocks. This is time really for a bigger think about what post-COVID cities can be in the future and how they should be planned. My final words and the key message, I will not go through all because my time is up, but I will just say that awareness is important, what makes a resilient city, and the most important point that I want to stress on, we must be sensitive to cultures and examine the forces that shape communities in each city. So, for example, the 15-minute city is a relevant model where in all countries or not. And definitely we have to shift from strategic planning to tactical and operational planning. And thank you. And I'm sorry I went like half a minute more. So I hope you quote my ideas. And we need, of course, to talk more about planning, about densities, about, I didn't have time to talk much about the details, but I hope that it will be a start for more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear professor. In fact, the 2 minutes was a luxury for all of us, as you know, and it was really a very interesting overview, tackling the most important points, and especially, you know, referring to some aspect that probably we will have time to comment at the end. Let's go now, in this case, to Professor Fadal. Not with you now. It's to Professor Mahmoud, which is according to the program, the next keynote speakers. Thank you very much, Professor Yasser, for accepting this invitation. And at the same time, I will highlight in your curriculum 2 things. As program director of Galala University, and you have referred this university as one of the new generations ones in Egypt. And I will highlight your role as member of the Aga Khan Architecture Awards nominators and reviewers, which is an important function in this prestigious award. So, dear professor, the floor is yours, and thank you again for your participation.
Thank you very much, Professor Fateh, and it's my pleasure to participate in this important conference. I think probably Dr. Sahar Atiyah did not give me any chance to cover more topics. She really did said everything I wanted to say. So probably my presentation will be very brief, and it will only highlight my idea or my intention to direct the attention towards changing the way we think, and not only be reactive to what is happening around us, but also be proactive. That's why I titled my presentation as from the contemporary to the post-contemporary, and how theory and practice are at a crossroad now, and really need to be done in a different way. So my presentation will be critical about the notion of the contemporary. And my argument is that the notion of the contemporary is no longer enough for addressing our rapidly changing needs, and how the post-contemporary can be more appropriate to address the different issues that we experience unexpectedly in different parts of the world, in different cultures, as Dr. Sahar mentioned, in different conditions, different economic standards, different geographic locations. And of course, I will focus on how our change is changing, as our world is changing quickly and rapidly and unexpectedly, and how what is the difference between the theory and the practice, and why there is a gap, and they are not addressing each other directly or beneficially. Finally, I will end up with the one message that I'm trying to address here through my presentation. So the contemporary, as of course, one important word, title or word in the title of the conference, is used by the public as meaning something new, something modern, and it was also used to mean that something that is existed at the same time with other things. The term contemporary was, of course, during the end of the 20th century, sufficient to describe the world we were living in. But it was suddenly not satisfying our needs when we started to see very quick changes with the beginning of the 21st century, and the drastic and changes that we went through, caused by wars, pandemics, climate change, disasters from different parts of the world, economic conditions. So it became less expressing what we are experiencing. Well, the contemporary is also a word that is a bit vague, because everything can be contemporary to something. So it does not really identify a specific condition or a specific environment. It means existing, occurring, or living at the same time, belonging to the same time, about the same age. So the contemporary, it's something that was contemporary. There is also something that is contemporary. And in the future, there will also be things that are contemporary to that time. So actually, the word is losing its meaning due to the conditions that are happening around us. There are also more than one contemporary. There are many contemporaries. There are contemporaries based on geographic locations, contemporaries based on cultural conditions, economic conditions. So we cannot talk about one contemporary. We have many contemporaries that we can think about. So the word contemporary actually has many synonyms that can describe it in different ways. And the argument that I have is that what we do today, or what we see around us today, is only a product of the past. We start in the past, planning, designing, and constructing. So what we have around us today is not ours. It's something that belonged to the past process, the past activities. So it does not reflect the contemporary. It reflects the past more than it reflects the present. If we look at the contemporary from different periods, we will find that every era the contemporary is changing. It was something in the 20th century. It is something different in the 20th century. In the 21st century, the contemporary itself is losing its meaning. That's why what I'm proposing in this presentation is to think more about the post-contemporary. The post-contemporary is, as it is defined, is a forward-looking aesthetic philosophy distinguished by a reconstructive global human attitude, which theorizes that the aesthetic experience is universal to humanity and that this experience can inspire understanding and transformation. So the post-contemporary is not about the past or the present or the distant future. It is about the immediate future that we will live through in the next 5, 10, 20 years. And this will be the product of our activities, not the product of past activities. And I think this is something that we need to look at in a holistic way, that the contemporary does not belong to us. What belongs to us, to our initiatives, to our actions, to our work, is the post-contemporary, something that will happen in the immediate future, not a futuristic vision like the mid-20th century thinking, but this is something about the immediate future that we will experience according to our decisions and ways of thinking. This notion was also, as that Dr. Sahar discussed in her presentation just before this one, we are living in a rapidly changing world, and dramatic conditions are changing for residents around the world due to pandemics, as she focused on, due to wars that we see starting and ending suddenly in different parts of the world, due to climatic change that is slowly changing the conditions around the world, and will take even longer time to correct and resolve. And also economic disasters that happens in different countries and different parts of the world for many people. And it is expected to happen in the near future in different conditions due to the wars and the pandemics and also the climate change. So our contemporary is architecture and built environment are not prepared to cope with these conditions. And the pandemic proved that our environments are not adaptable enough, they are not resilient to the different changes. So if we go around the world, we will see different situations. These are only examples of what we find in different parts of the world due to wars, due to climatic change disasters, due to pandemic, due to economic crisis. We are going through this in different parts of the world, different ways. So what we need to really think about that is a result of the pandemic experience is that we need to rethink and reconsider and redefine the term contemporary and question whether it is still a valid paradigm to think through, or we need a paradigm shift to something different that allows us to work and participate and think and produce in a different way. All these political, military, economic situations that are changing the world as we speak, and these hasty, drastic decisions that are impacting everyone all over the world. So the whole world is now becoming sensitive to different situations, and also the impact is more intensive in different parts of the world. Just a quick note on the theory and practice, why there is a problem between them. As we witness, there is a gap. The practice is working on one direction, the theory is working on another direction, and they are not meeting, they are not informing each other. So I think we need to really redirect the research to be more direct to impact the practice and produce knowledge and information and practices that can be applied by the practitioners. So finally, the message of this note is that focusing on the contemporary alone is not enough. We need to think about beyond the contemporary and think about the post-contemporary. And this is how we should address our problems, our issues, and expect situations that did not even happen before. We need really to expand our critical vision of the world to what might happen in different situations and have scenarios, not only be reactive, but to be proactive to what might be coming in the future. So I think the conference themes are still focusing on the contemporary in its traditional definition, and I hope it can go beyond this to address the post-contemporary within the same discussions that will come through the conference presentations. And thank you all very much, and I hope I didn't take more than my share of time.
Perfect, dear professor. Thank you very much for your presentation, even the inspiring messages about contemporaneity and post-contemporaneity are really, as I told you before, inspiring. Maybe we hope to have time to discuss about it. Thank you again. And let's go now to China, in Hong Kong, where Professor Dr. Jianfa Chen is the next keynote speaker. He is a geographer, and I would like to highlight in the CV, first of all, his affiliation to the Department of Geography and Resource Management in the Chinese University in Hong Kong, and especially the fact of being, since 2012, vice chair of the Commission of Population Geography from the International Geographical Union. Is always very welcome any contribution from this area, because at the end, this is our support, our common support, the planet, the geography, and all the things around this field. Thank you very much for being here, dear professor. The floor is yours. See you. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Badigo, for your kind introduction. Let me share my file.
Can you please enlarge the screen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. So my topic is about urbanization and the sustainable development in China. I will mainly discuss three aspects. One is the problems of migration and urbanization in China. Second is regional people nature symbiotic system approach to sustainable urbanization. Then I will discuss an example of sustainable communities from Hong Kong. So as we know, the urban population in China was more than quadrupled in the period about 40 years, from 1982 to 2020, increasing from about 200 million in 1982 to now more than 900 million people in the urban area. But in China, we have the Foucault system, the household registration system. So the urban population in China has three parts. One is the local population, they have Foucault. Now we also have permanent migrants. They also have local Foucault in the destination. Then we have temporary migrants. They are in cities, but without registration, so without a local Foucault. So one of the outstanding features of the regional urbanization in China is that the temporary migrants contributing to the bulk of this increased urban population in China. So we argue that the current urbanization of China is not complete and not inclusive. And as we know, before 1980s, China formed a dual society separating urban and rural area with two different Foucault status, urban people and rural people. But now this unequal urban-rural relation being shifting into urban area in the forms of unequal intra-urban relation between residents with Foucault and temporary migrants without Foucault. Sometimes we call these people also as floating populations. They are floating without Foucault. So let's see briefly about the problems of migration and urbanization in China. According to many studies, actually, there are very clear divisions between rural migrants and the local residents in destination cities, including industrial and occupational compositions, living conditions, and income. So rural migrant laborers are far from being integrated into cities. This is inconsistent with the assumption that migrants pay a higher price at the beginning, but in long term, they will gradually assimilating into the urban society. But this is actually not happening now in China. On the other hand, we also notice the formal urbanization process. The number of people with the local Foucault is also increasing quite rapidly. In the past 40 years or so, increased by more than 340%, from 145 million to 649 million by year 2020. This is a formal urban population in the cities of China. But on the other hand, the temporary population is also have very rapid growth. In 1982, in the beginnings of China's reform, only about 6 million temporary migrants. Then by year 2020, we have more than 490 million temporary migrants in the country. So if we're going to look at the locations of the temporary migrants, if we look at this table, the rural area have more than 600 million people in 2010. Only 5% of these people are temporary migrants. But in urban areas, we have similar size of population, more than 670 million. But we have about 33% of people in urban areas are temporary populations, particularly in the city prop. So the large urban centers, we have 400 million people living in these city prop areas, but about 40%, they are temporary populations without the Foucault, okay. So according to the 2010 census, we also find out the challenges of housing shortages and the housing quality in urban China. So according to census data, we have about 7% of households living in a very crowded situation. Per person floor space is less than 8 square meters. About 10% of households living in the housing units, they have no kitchen. 60% of people living in the housings without a toilet. 30% households actually without fresh water supply. So this is a problem facing these portions of people living in urban parts of China. So we argue that urbanization and urban-rural integration are profound and a complex process. Both developed countries and developing countries face social polarization, urban poverty, and social and spatial segregation. Different sub-disciplines use different approaches and focus on different issues, such as floating population, land use, urban villages, new towns, transport, housing, urban planning, and urban governance. These studies are valuable to addressing various issues, but what is lacking is a systematic and integrated solution to our urban problem. So what we proposed is a system approach to be used to study urbanization and rural-urban integration issues. Two Chinese scientists, one is Professor Ma Sijun, in 1980s proposed ecological system engineering in a series of social, economic, natural, integrated ecological system to solving these ecological and social problems. And Professor Qian Xuesen also proposed the idea of the Earth-driven systems. What we propose is a regional, people, nature, symbiotic system approach. We're emphasizing the study on the logic of systems and the subsystems. For the most issues of urbanization and urban-rural integration, the national system, regional system, city system, and the village systems are of the main concern. So we will discuss using examples of a city system as an example. So a city system consists of hard systems and soft systems. The hard systems including the environmental systems, the land, air, and the water, biological systems, the plants and the animals. They may be affected by the urbanization process. So we need efforts on nature conservation measures to protect the natural environment for sustainable ecological development. We also have infrastructure system and living systems such as power supply, airport, metro line for the supply and the housing. They have been built up by people, a man-made system to supporting the population and the production systems. The people in the population system, they are consumers, the residents, and the laborers. One of the major target of our efforts is to achieving high quality of life for the people in the population system. We also have the production system, including the factories, office buildings that we actually organize our economic activities. The other side is our soft systems, very important to human society. The economic system determines the income, employment, wealth distribution for the urban residents. The financial system supports the operations of the economic system via the capital investments, stock market, fundraising, wealth management, insurance, interest rate, and exchange rate. The social and cultural system determines the quality of life in the social and cultural dimensions. The political and the government system is critical to ensure a fair and just distribution of political power and the rules of social, cultural, and economic and financial systems. So we argue that the systematic study of efficient, effective, and sustainable organization of the building and operation of these systems is actually needed. So what we propose the approach can be applied to the planning, development, construction, and expansion of people, nature, symbiotic system at various scales. So because of time limitation, we just provide some of the measures we're proposing to solving the incomplete and exclusive urbanization problems in China. First, we argue that we should regulate the economic system and the labor market, achieve fair distribution of wage and income, and fair returns to capital and labor. For example, we can set up maximum working hours or the minimum wages to protecting the labor force. We should also establish an effective life support system covering all populations in terms of education, health service, housing, and elderly care. So the above systems and regulations are important, particularly when actually in China, we are facing the problem of the shrinking, of course, China is now going to face a shrinking labor supply. But on the other hand, we may also face the problem of shrinking labor demand because we have now more advanced machinery, AI, robots, Internet of Things, producing very higher productivity reducing the demands of labor. If we are not doing properly, so we can see a lot of people can be made redundant, and they can becoming unemployed, becoming marginalized without the possibility of participating in our economic system. So we say that our system should be regulated in a way that we can equally, fairly allocating employment, the job opportunities, and also income, the welfare to the people in the systems. Finally, I would like to use a few minutes to show examples of the sustainable communities. I think it's very important for our scholars in architecture, urban planning, and for our urban regional studies. We can learn from the very good practice in different countries in the world. How can we building the best urban system to supporting our production and also the economic system and also the quality of life. So here we actually Hong Kong has effective systems of urban planning, and Hong Kong example can show the kinds of the sustainable communities that can be planned and developed to meeting the rising aspirations of the urban residents in modern cities. So this is one example in one of the new town in Hong Kong, very new, building from the 1990s with all sorts of facilities and a very nice waterfront and a sea view for the quality of life. So the example is this Ma'an Shan New Town in the new territories of Hong Kong. The new town has been planned and developed in the early 1990s, almost completed by 2011. Its total area is about 890 hectares. By now, the population about 200,000, almost like a medium-sized city. Okay, the new town mainly are the Chinese population living there, more than 95%. But we also have certain numbers of people from Asia and Western countries. One particular example is about housing. As we know, housing in Hong Kong is very expensive, comparable to New York and other top cities. So in terms of housing, the housing is very expensive. We see about 1/3 of population living in the private housing. They're private, very expensive. Also, governments taking measures to supporting the people with medium or low income level people. So we see a large number of people, more than 93,000, living in the home ownership housing. They are subsidized by government. That means they buy the housing at a lower price. Also, we have some public housing, provide a very cheap housing built by government, rental housing to other parts of the population with low income people. So rental actually is very, very cheap. So in this way, we are going to solving the housing problem for the people in city like Hong Kong. So the Ma'an Shan New Town also have very convenient transport link to the city center. We built a Ma'an Shan railway, 11 kilometers long, okay, and going to the major city area about 30 minutes by this railway. So in New Town, we have all sorts of shopping and service facilities, including a central park, library, swimming pool, 3 shopping centers. And all these shopping centers actually are connected by bridges. So people do not have to go across the busy route, the heavy traffic. You can go very conveniently through the bridges connecting the 3 shopping centers in the city center. And most residential buildings in the Ma'an Shan is facing the Tulu Harbor. I showed this photo already. So people actually can enjoy the very nice waterfront. And actually, we providing a pedestrian cycle paths for sports and for the leisure activities. So basically, we argue that Ma'an Shan is a very good example offering quite a good living environment. So in conclusion, we argue the system approach should be used to study the urbanization and the urban-rural integration. The approach can be applied to the planning, development, construction, and expansion of people, nature, symbiotic systems at various scales from towns to cities to very big cities. And a systematic study of efficient, effective, sustainable organization, building, and operation of these systems is needed. We see that Ma'an Shan New Town is a very good example. There's something we can learning and also building more similar new towns in Hong Kong and also elsewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Janfashen. It was a very interesting approach. At the end, different fields of the sciences about our planet, our life, our societies are merging on that. And thank you again for giving us the example of the Maushan city as a new city. We can even compare with Egyptian ones together, maybe in a dialogue with Professor Saharati and other I would like to introduce now to architect Laura Espinadel, which is a case of, you know, a consequence of this world we are living today. She is originally Argentinian, now living in Austria, and part of the different elements were previously introduced by Professor Hurash. I would like to highlight two specific issues. Of course, her professional character in Austria after leading some important tasks in the Universidad Federal de Buenos Aires. I must be very comfortable with that because of my Y origins. So this is why. But I would like to highlight from her that she is Doctor Honoris Causa, awarded by the Civic Parliament of the Humanity and by the Trans Academy Universal Institute of United Nations in 2015, if I am not wrong. So again, thank you. We will end with your keynote speech with this general overview about urban skills, different problems, and please, dear Dr. Honoris Causa, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes. I told you that I came from the praxis because to speak about realities, in my case, as a student of Anthroposophical School, means that I have to learn from the reality, to close circle, to open new circle. The big evolution in the last years is coming from this project that I have done in 8 different position roles: master plan, executive project, landscape, garage, director of all engineerings, communication, digitalization, participation, and all the surrounding. That means it was really a holistic work. And it was with the economists, because this is a little city in the city with 30,000 people. Next. In this work, it was very important to know that you cannot have only one perspective to understand realities and to moderate realities. In my case, I have to reinvent each day in different levels of working. This giving the rules to build future, that this is the job when we do master planning. Next. And for me, the most important point in this work was to create all the relationship between environment, architecture, superstars, money, standards, neighborhood, context, all the wishes to create alliances. Only if we bring different interests together, we can realize urban miracles. Next.
Urban Menus is a flexible process and 3D tool that Laura and our team developed, applied for reaching consensus when discussing the future of a city quarter. We do that by using visualization and also impact achieving this using the tool. In the first example right now, the stakeholders are discussing different possibilities for the development of an abandoned suburban area. They choose to focus on biotechnology and aquaculture in order to achieve ecological and
little consensus. And with this building consensus, we can arrive to a win-win project. Normally, it's different because a little group of specialists, politicians, architects, investors define the big future, and neighborhood population, inhabitants come at the last, and all the interests come at the last. I think it's wrong. Next. The second point that for me is very, very important is that each dream of a society is possible. It's not important what dream the society have. It's important to know as architect the rules and to support all these rules to find the balance between ecology, density, and urbanity. For us, ecology is a cultural issue. Density is, of course, the economical, financial issue.
Alo, Ebru Hanım, hayırlı sabahlar diliyorum.
Hello, dear.
Şimdi, tabii ismini de biliyorsunuz bu durumda.
Excuse me.
Tamam, İş Bankası'nı zaten onun için seviniyorum ama.
And urbanity is the political and the social system. Next. And with this approach, openness to very, very different perspective, what we try to do is building consensus, giving each person the possibility to select the perfect future that they wish and to analyze what happened in each configuration. Next.
The second example, it will show a group of stakeholders that had different visions for this area that you see over here. And it was impossible to find a way of working together in classical participatory process. So using our tool, they looked at developing a cultural center or residential buildings until they realized, due to the impact analysis that you will see in a second, that having a culinary focus would result in a win-win situation for everybody involved.
The most important point when we develop this methodology, how I explained you at the beginning, is to try to develop the empathy to the society, to discuss about topics that for the people
Dear architect, can you continue, please? I have here some problems of the sound, with the sound. Can you confirm?
Yes, it's good that all the people are unmuted now. I don't know how much you hear. I only explain how we try to build this consensus, building the relationship about topics that are important for the people, like happiness, innovation, safety, rentability, and circularity, because I think that we must bring people together. And nobody wants to build a city for happiness people. And what we try to do is to give to different perspectives, to different interests, the possibility to express their wishes at the beginning of the process. Because if we all build our reality, it will really make a big, big difference. This is next. This is very, very important because for me, with this different analysis, quantitative, qualitative, and the SDGs, of course, we can really develop a comprehensive, holistic, inclusive assessment to give each possibility of setting, of dream, of vision, the possibility of analyze in a participatory project in a very, very inclusive way. Next. That means at the start of the project, we discuss about sunny and cloudy elements of the reality to build the first consensus. What is our starting point with developers, with investors, with politicians? And step by step, we open the game to all the society next to develop these possible futures that is very, very important to create at the beginning to arrive to this consensus as community. Next.
The third and final example will show how sometimes the change of perspective is essential. Here, the stakeholders have to switch between zooming in and zooming out to find the best solution. The area will be a new center for innovation and development.
I think as architects, we have to learn that we must develop the empathy to the society. We have to play from inside. Urbanism is only an example how I decide to work to minimize risks for investors, for developers, to create really sustainable investment in whole planet infrastructure. Why? Because I want to create happy cities for happy people as a win-win situation for all. Next. The biggest problem that we have is that our politicians, our investors, the big players of our society do not understand that we have to build it together. This is an open call that we have done to identify majors that understood they do not reinvent realities. They are part of the reality and they have to bring interest, people, dreams together to build this fantastic future. And why it's so important for me to find this consensus next? Because this 5 minutes to give the possibility for the big, big dream can enjoy all the life that show us how relative time is. I work next when I teach with different systems, when I work with young people from different cultures, I try to build the body system, creating from the base. When next I work with digital participation with different municipalities or decision makers. For me, it's very, very important to make system of communication to motivate to interaction. Next, and of course, when we talk about integral urban development, tactical ideas for inclusion are the most important point, because we need that all the society supports the projects to create really this new world. And how I said before, and this is what I want to communicate to you as architect and urban planner, this 5 minutes next would be enough to dream an entire life. And that's how relative time is. And this is so important at the beginning of each process, because we need positive energy to resolve the big problems that our society have, and building consensus, we will create peace and happy people and not fight in war. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Laura. It was a very interesting approach. I think we are today very lucky with these 4 different perspectives of the urban topics, starting with 15 and even 45 minutes referred by Professor Ataya, and finishing with the 5 minutes of Mario Benedetti, which is one of the most important references in our Spanish literature. Thank you. Well, we have, first of all, thank you all the keynote speakers, because they have done a very brilliant work, and even because we are just now with 15 minutes to have a round table, I would like to highlight some of the topics, and maybe if we are able to do in the right way, we would have even opportunity to give the floor for the attendance. I have some questions. I will start with Professor Sahar Ataya, if she is attending.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Excuse me, Professor Jose Manuel.
Yes.
Professor Abdulaziz Asharqawi.
Yes, please.
Good. Primarily, I would like to send my emotional regards to Professor Farrakh for his great thinking and effort for preparing and presenting that our valuable event, the 5th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. Also, I would like to send my regards to my colleagues in my Cairo University, Professor Sahar Ataya, and Shams University, Dr. Ahmed Faggal, German University in Cairo, Professor Jose Manuel. Now I would like to ask, not ask, my comment for to Professor Sahar Ataya. I would like current, not in future, in different topics in architecture to stress on the role, the effective role of nanotechnologies for producing and introducing that smartness, sustainability, and so healthy cities we hope to build currently, not in the future. And thank you.
Okay, go ahead, please, Professor Ataya. I think it was directly a question for you, please.
Maybe we will take all the questions if you want and then have a speech. But anyway, thank you, of course, for again for all the speakers. And I think, as I mentioned in one of my slides, we will not be able to reach our goals in the future, whether it's a human approach or whether is it really a planning approach, if we do not use science and technology. And science now is the key to understand many phenomena and to use the whether nanotechnology or to use the new technologies related to cyberspaces, or even, I mean, we have seen how technology has been supportive to citizens during the COVID. And we have seen how the issue of digital divide can create a problem, whether in education or whether in workplaces. So I think science is very important. I'm not an expert in nanotechnology, unfortunately, but I have seen some papers, and I know that it is one step that should be included to have smarter and healthier cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Saharati. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Tayan, and of course, Professor El Sharkawi. Well, I would like, according to my idea, to try to get some maybe complex question for asking and proposing some thoughts. If we pay attention now to Professor Mahboub's message, which was really, I would like to highlight how he told us that we are not ready in our society for owning the post-contemporary, and it's very curious because probably the problem could be the society is not ready. Meanwhile, we are seeing in our faculties of architecture and urban design a lot of interesting proposals for these post-contemporary scenarios. So probably the problem is between theory and practice, as Professor Mahboub was highlighting. And at the same time, we have an example from Mahongshan city, from Professor Jian Fashen, which is a new idea of these polycentric structures around in the peripheral areas of Hong Kong, and the idea of the sustainability through this proposal for with these connections, empty air, etc. Meanwhile, architect Laura Espinadel has an interesting approach with one important maybe topic at the end. The society, the human beings at the end are in the core of all our actions, and highlighting, for example, the idea of the happiness of the users. In the end, probably this factor would be the essential one for successful results in any kind of projects, either in the urban scales and even in the small or tactical urbanism. So with all these kind of things, I would like to open the discussion. If our dear keynote speakers want to add any comment, or any of the attendants is of course free now to raise the hand and to organize this thing. Yes, Professor Ataya, please.
Yes, thank you, Jose. Actually, I just wanted to comment on the presentation of Dr. Yasser Mahboub when he mentioned theory and practice. And I think theory and practice is here, it's very challenging, because normally what I can see is happening is theory informs practice. So we take the theory to practice, but practice is testing the theory. And sometimes we cannot apply all theories in any context. And that's why it's very critical. And always when we see, for example, in Cairo or in other cities, what is happening from developments or from road networks, and many people think about this, that it is not very relevant. And if you apply theory, you will see that, well, this not should happen this way. But when you see the context and when you see other, actually what we can call parameters and the other issues related to whether connectivity or related to human aspects or economy, for example. Here you can, you have to come back to theory, adjust it after testing it. So this is only what I wanted to mention about that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Any other questions, any other comments from the attendants? Well, I would like in this case invite some of our keynote speakers. In this case, I will go to Professor Jianfa Shen, and I would like to ask which kind of topics regarding this new city you have presented us, Mount Shan, would be, in your opinion, extrapolated to other cases in the planet? Because we know all of us the urban intensity in the city of Hong Kong, and we know the density problems and so on. I would like to, even the issue of the scale, you know, how do you see from your point of view this eventual extrapolation of this case study you have shown us?
Thank you, Professor, for a very important question. I think we know Hong Kong is a small city in terms of the territory. So we are high density city. We have 7 million people in an area of 100 square kilometers. So Ma'anshan is one of the new town. I think we also built on, as you can see, it's a high density new town as well, very high density. But we actually, this is a place mainly for the residential accommodation, also for their leisure and for life. The major business activities are taking place maybe 30 minutes away in the city center. So in this area, mainly try to provide also the facilities to supporting the residents' life. I think this is, in terms of the efficiency, it is quite efficient because all the residents living in a very close circle. In about 10-15 minutes, you can go to the Ma'anshan New Town Center to buy everything you need for your life. You know, we have very good public transportation linking from, I think, within the new town, also between new town and to the city center. So I think this is, I would say, it's a quite ways of balance of different aspects. On the other hand, we also see the Hong Kong as an example. How can we solving the housing issue? As we show in this new town area, we have 3 kinds of housing. Housing at a private market, quite expensive, maybe for very high income people, you can buy by yourself. Okay. Then we have a middle level housing that's actually provided by private sector, but the housing price, the land supply is subsidized by the government. So that's why the housing price will be medium. So the middle class people will be able to afford for such kind of housing. We can see maybe more than 40% people living in such kind of housing. Then we have another part is public housing, built by government and provided rental to the residents. They actually, of course, based on your needs, based on income assessments, that your income not reaching certain level, you qualify for renting such kind of public housing. Of course, we say in Hong Kong, all the flats are very, very small. Even the private housing are very small flats. Okay. But anyway, this is the way of life in Hong Kong. That is a high density capacity. But in terms of efficiency, in terms of quality of life, I think it's still quite well for some of the residents living in Hong Kong. They still enjoy a quite a good life in terms of all sorts of facilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor. I would like to try to link now Professor Atteya's presentation with the last one from our dear Laura Espinadel. Professor Atteya was commenting that probably in new governances must be, I would say, even proposed and developed, especially in the developing countries. And I would like linking this concept with the last presentation we had with Laura and Bianca. I would like to understand better from your side, Laura, Bianca, which is your, I will say, your opinion about the roles of the users, of the at the end, the clients, the ones, the final clients, I mean, the users of the city, the users of the public spaces. Which role in an eventual dream of these 5 minutes you proposed, and in order to, and which implications in the eventual new governances? Thank you. You need to unmute. You need to unmute.
It's very interesting, your link, because I'm working in topics about reshaping democracy, coming from architecture and urbanism. I think that democracy begins in front of each door, and it depends of what kind of process we want to start to create future, how we have to integrate people. I don't like this usual participation process where you awake expectation of the population. They make Christmas wishes lists, but you don't have the system to build this future. I think the most important point is to understand that the real participation is integrating the decision makers and to create first the system to create future, integrating all the people that can build or destroy this future. And then you can open to all the people, but not to ask them, what do you wish? To ask them, what do you want to do for our common future? I think we have to recover the city as common framework of all the society, and not to think that we as architects could define it alone and somebody give us the money, because this is not the way to make people happy.
Thank you very much, dear Laura. Anything to be added by Bianca, or maybe it's enough? What do you think?
No, I fully support what Laura is saying. We are working both towards the same goal and see how the users have an absolute essential role, but they need to have the system prepared for them in order to make sure that the decisions that they are taking are also going to be achieved. And this is only possible if we don't integrate only the end users, but also the whole system.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all of you. At this moment, we are just in time. I will ask Professor Hurashi if we have any more time, or maybe according to the program. We are now in this supposed virtual coffee, which is so virtual. I would prefer coming years less virtual, please, because the coffees in this case, it seems that we need more sugar, But in any case, I will understand that we need to cover exactly the timing. So let's go to the coffee, and we are going back according to the program exactly at midday according to the Turkish time. So 11, if I am not wrong, would be 11 in the morning in the Western European time, and Cairo, etc. Of course, for Professor Gianfa, maybe it's almost night today, but this is the life. This is our planet, because as far as I understood, it's more or less spheric, So this is what someone discovered a long time ago. Thank you again for all of your contributions, and let's go back in 45 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Madrigal. Yet exactly within 45 minutes we will start. Let's have a quick lunch break and we will come back. Thank you, everyone. So I will leave the meeting open in case you would like to stay or you may quit. So I will leave it open.
Dr. Hurash, session A is going to be continue at the same Zoom meeting.
Yes, session A. Now we are now in the session A. So the authors who would like to continue with session B, of course, you may click on the second column of which has been highlighted. Then session C also will continue with Professor Dr. Laila Ali Akbar Abbasi. I will contact with her to make her host at the same time. Maybe the session chairs may be available. It will be perfect within 10 minutes before starting. So I will make them host to be able to continue.
And session B will be about sustainability and urban design with Dr. Dalia.
Yes, session D also Dr. Dalia. I will make her host for sure to be able to continue. So smoothly. Dr. Dalia may, after finishing her chair, may continue if she's available as a host, because Professor Madrigal will be in another session. So let's have a quick lunch and break and see you within 45 minutes exactly.
See you at 12.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch.
Thank you, dear Professor Dr. Madrigal. Islam, sorry, just please take care of yourself and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye. Assalamu alaikum.
Good afternoon, dear Salar, Dr. Salar. How are you?
Hi, doctor. How are you?
Perfect. Dear Dr. Salar, I would like to actually request you, if you don't mind, session A. I will make you host to take the responsibility of the moderation. And also the moderator you will be, Professor Dr. Alpay. If you are not around, you will take the responsibility as a session chair at the same time.
Well, let me see, because if it is conflicting with my class,
yes,
1 minute.
I remember that you mentioned that you have class. That's why I didn't write your name here. But in any case, we will see if I'm here in session A. In case if
yes, let me
sessions, because at the same time I'm trying to manage the other sessions. But
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Transfer the responsibility to Dr. Alpay.
Okay, so the session will start at
12:10.
12:10. 1 minute. Let me to see the, because I have the program here.
Let me share the screen. So we have 3 sessions.
Yeah.
Let me put it here.
So you are talking about session A, 12:10 to 12 until 1:15. Okay. So Dr. Alpay is there or not?
Not yet. He will join, hopefully.
Okay.
I'm trying to hide this.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, I have it also.
Perfect. Thank you, dear Dr.
Okay.
For joining session B. I really appreciate that.
I am happy to be with you this year. Thank you so much.
Hopefully for the next year we will do it face to face. Thank you very much. And if you don't mind, I will make you at the same time moderator and host. So it would be perfect to take care of this session for us.
Okay, no problem. But I want to ask you that I checked the icon, the link, the highlight. I couldn't find the YouTube or the videos of the yellow highlight, the PDF.
The yellow highlights, unfortunately, the authors didn't send yet. But in case if they want to have a live presentation, because this is it was a short notice, maybe they didn't.
So I let the participant. I allow them to share their screen, right?
Yes, it would be perfect to allow them to share their screen. Just for the one who didn't submit, those yellow ones.
Yes. And the last one, I found her YouTube video, but it wasn't linked with the PDF. Should I let her make share for her, or I open the YouTube and link it with it? It's okay, no problem. Anything?
If it is YouTube link that you can easily play, it will be perfect. Or by sharing the screen, if the quality is good, or we can test it now. If you open, let's see.
Yeah. Okay. I will open the first. You gave me.
Yes, you have the.
Now I am okay.
Dr. Mojde is also here with us. He will be also a moderator to support you in case something happens. He will let us know. Mojde Nikufam.
Hello, Dr. Dalia. Happy to meet you. Happy to meet you.
Mojde Nikufam.
I'm Mojde. How are you? Fine, thank you. And you, Oja? Thank you. Doctor, sorry. You're calling Hojam because of this saying, oh, Hojam. Okay, I will try to.
We have time. We have 20 minutes time.
Yeah,
So
okay, I will take this.
Thank you. I'm coming within 5 minutes. I will join.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Tamamdır, teşekkür ederim. Thank you. Dear Professor Dr. Alpay, happy to see you here, and I would like to thank again for accepting our invitation to be the session chair. We really appreciate that. If you don't mind, I will make you at the same time as a host to be in case to proceed the presentation easily. So I will make you host at the same time, and you can easily be able to follow the process. We have 2 minutes left. My dear valuable colleagues, in case if you'd like we have 3 sessions at the same time, session B and session C. So if you would like to continue, if your area of interest is in, let's say, sustainability and architecture, you may continue, go to session B, or at the same time, we have Turkish session for today. Tomorrow there will be English session as well. So the Turkish session and Turkish presenters will be in session C. So you just click on this button and you can easily enter to those sessions. We will continue like that. And 1 minute left. So Dr. Alpay, if we have 1 minute to start. If you can control, check the voice or sound. Is there any problem? We can't hear you. I think there shouldn't be any problem. I think this is problem is in your speaker. Or okay. So we have time, no worries.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the session B, Sustainability and Urban Design. On the first day of the 5th International Conference on Contemporary Architecture and Urbanism. I am Dr. Dalia Al-Gardiri, Associate Professor in College of Design, Imam Abdulrahman bin Faisal University, Saudi Arabia. It's my great pleasure to be with you to introduce you and your useful work and valuable presentation.
So maybe what we shall do, maybe Dr. Salar, would you please check maybe the problem is from my side. If we check the voice. So ask from you.
Do you hear me, Dr. Hurash?
Yes.
I cannot hear Dr. Alpay actually. Maybe some problem in the setting he has.
Okay.
Yes, or
what we shall do, if you don't mind, I may have the introduction to the session. So our dear Professor Dr. Alpay Akgüç will be our
So
session chair.
should I enter the session A now?
Yes, if you don't mind, dear Salar, if you have the PDF file, so we shall start to.
I have the PDF file, and
Then-
I clicked on the session A. I don't know if I am able to enter or not. Yes.
You are already in session A. Just
Yes.
we can do it to present the PDF, the PowerPoint file. I can do it. At the same time, Dr. Alpay will try to.
Yes, yes.
So I will play the videos.
Okay, the first is for Dr. Alpay himself, actually.
Okay, so I will play the PowerPoint. PowerPoint.
Yes.
Then you make a note, since Dr. Alpay will not be able to concentrate. If you have any question at the session chair.
Yes, okay.
I think Dr. Alpay solved the problem. Not yet.
He solved it.
Not yet. So Dr. Salar, you make a note, so you will mutual co-chair with Dr. Alpay in case something happens.
Okay.
So let's start the presentations.
Hi, my name is Alpay Akgüç from Architectural and Design Faculty of Istanbul IB University. First of all, I would like to thank the conference committee to their valuable and beneficial studies to present this conference. Today, I will present our study, which is entitled The Comparison of Energy and Daylighting Performances of Different Window Glazing Types in the Historical Turkish House. The purpose of this research is to evaluate the energy and daylighting performance of the historical Turkish house design compatible with climate region by using building energy simulation tool. Upon to analyzing the existing performance of house, it started to improve both energy and daylighting performance of the house by using window glazing design by contemporary glazing technologies instead of existing glazing. In the scope of this research, Espinadel house in Elazığ province of Turkey was chosen as a case study building, and the energy performance of this building was modeled by using design builder simulation tool featuring a detailed dynamic calculation methodology. In this study, different kinds of window glazing were tested for Espinadel house by considering the thermophysical properties of chosen glazing materials. Thus, the decreasing of annual primary energy demand of the house and increasing of light level of spaces in the house were performed. As a province, which is the location of Espinadel house is located in the cold climate region of Turkey, one of the important parameters of building design compatible with climate is window. In this region, windows are designed in a small form in order to minimize heat losses because the winter season is quite long and cold, and summer season is short but hot. The mean global temperatures of Elazığ for winter and summer seasons are -12 centigrade degree and 38 centigrade degree respectively. From this point of view, the impact of the window glazing to the energy efficiency and daylight performance of traditional carpet houses are considered in this study. In accordance with different glazing types generated by means of contemporary glazing technologies were tested, and the optimum glazing type was specified for the cold climate region of Turkey. Espinadel house, one of the traditional carpet houses in Elazığ province of Turkey, was bought by Hüsam Ayşe in 2004 and put into service in 2005 as Harput Espinadel House of Culture. Since there is no inscription on the building, the construction date isn't known clearly, but it is considered that it was started to construct in the first quarter of the 20th century when compared to other existing historical buildings around Harput. Espinadel House has the characteristic of architectural design features of traditional Harput houses, and it was built by using traditional and organic construction materials. The building, oriented towards the south on the inclined terrain, was built with a flat floor, flat roof, and 3 floors. When looking at the floor plans, the external wall thickness is notable. Elazığ is located in cold climate region of Turkey, so the envelope of the house should minimize the heat transfer to the outdoor atmosphere. It is seen that overall heat transfer coefficient of opaque materials are low generally, but thermophysical properties of window glazing is not suitable with cold climate region. The energy performance of Sheffield house was modeled by using design method simulation tool, typical methodological year data, which is the weather data source of elastic province, were included in building performance calculation to analyze the building's response to outdoor conditions during the year. In this study, Sheffield house was considered as a residence building, so the building energy model was constituted by considering the heat loss and set point temperatures of residence buildings stated in Ashram.
Doctor,
The heat given off by people, lighting systems, and household equipment represents the internal heat gain of a building. The internal gains impact the energy demand of building significantly. In order to calculate the energy heating and cooling energy demand of building by including the internal gains, the set point temperatures of building zones are required. All these buildings parameters were ensured by considering the data stated in ASHRAE 90.1 standardization. In this study, to reduce the lighting energy consumption of the building and increase the illuminance of spaces, the energy effective features were constituted considering the thermophysical features of window glazing. Each window glazing type tested the impact the building energy performance is called single measure in this study. In this study, the energy protective packages were constituted by combining each single measure with the daylight control system. Thus, it is targeted to reduce the annual lighting energy consumption of the building when the sufficient light level is present in spaces during the year. Now look at this graphic. The variation of energy performance of the building compatible with thermophysical properties of window glazing. Single measure represents the window glazing types, and packages represent the single measures combining with daylighting control systems. When we look at the daylight performances, the light levels of salons, dining rooms, and kitchens in existing building are seen in 21 June at 12 a.m. and 21 December at 12 a.m. These time periods are considered by referring EN lighting standards. Other cases represents the light levels of these spaces for each single measures. When we look at the results, it was considered that the existing window glazing isn't adequate to ensure to decrease the annual heating demand of the building and increase the light level of spaces of Sheffield house. Therefore, it was decided to constitute the energy efficiency measures for the building by considering the more contemporary glazing types to improve the energy and daylighting performance of building. Look at the building energy performance results. It is seen that the annual primary energy demand of building reduces in direct proportion to the reducing of U value of glazing type. However, even if U value is lower than existing case, it is concluded that the total annual primary energy demand increases due to the higher solar heat gain coefficient in single measure 2, single measure 3, and single measure 4. Look at these retrofit packages. It is concluded that the daylighting control system ensures significant amount of energy efficiency to annual lighting energy consumption of the building. Furthermore, the annual cooling demand reduced due to the reducing of internal gain given off by artificial lighting systems. The visible transmittance of glazing type is quite important thermophysical feature to ensure the minimum illuminance in spaces stated in lighting standards such as SIPSE, EN, and TS standards. In this study, daylight simulations were performed for salons, dining areas, and kitchens where the people spend long time and need to see objects, colors, and patterns clearly. In these indoor areas, the working plane is considered to 0.75 meter high above ground to perform the luminance calculation. Look at the daylight performance for each single measure. It is seen that the more increased visible transmittance, the more light level increases in spaces at second floor. However, it is notable that the luminance of salon and kitchen on the ground floor hasn't changed, although the glazing part has changed. Because the window sizes of these areas are not large enough to achieve the ensured required light level. Besides, the windows of salon face the west and east orientations, and the garden wall around the house prevent to get sunlit by constituting the shading effect. According to law on the conservation of culture and natural property introduced by the Republic of Turkey, it is banned to change the architectural form of historical building, and it is permitted to use different methods except traditional construction methodology when the building needs to be repaired. All these results, when we looked, when all the research findings were evaluated, it was decided that the optimum retrofit measure providing the improvement of energy and daylight performance of Şebekli house is 8 packages. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. I don't know if Dr. Alpay still has a problem.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Perfect.
Hi. Nice to see you, Dr. Alpay. Nice to see you.
I'm so much sorry because of this problem, because when I check the system, everything is okay, but actually it's reality, you know. So I'm so much sorry because of this delay, and now if you are okay, you can go on, but if you want to contact the system, I also pass your session.
Perfect. Thank you, dear Alpay. The camera, I think, will be this one. So you can, if you move that, so you have perfectly managed to solve the issue. I really appreciate that. So I will start with the second presentation, my dear valuable colleagues. If you have any question regarding this presentation, you may make a note, and after in the roundabout, we will be able to discuss with the authors regarding their research and their findings. If you have any questions, so you may start ask in that round table. I would like to thank Dr. Alpay. It was very interesting research regarding energy and climate change. We really indeed such a kind of studies to work on the sustainability of the architecture. So let's continue with our colleague, Dr. Fethi Can Halici. So Dr. Salar, I'm going to share the screen.
Hi everyone, I am Research Assistant Fethi Can Halici. I will present comparative analysis of forces and relations in different climate regions of Anatolian geographies in terms of shading concepts. In this study, 25 different traditional houses from 5 different climate regions in Anatolia were examined, and it was tried to determine which shading methods were more common. At the same time, it was tried to find out whether the structural materials that houses were built affect the ability of shading methods. Climate affects building design directly because external weather conditions are shaped by climate. Also, climate affects building design indirectly by shaping flora and soil architecture. Building materials are made from plants like wood and soil like brick. Climate region. Anatolia consists of 5 different climate areas, including mid, moist, dry, and cold climatic regions. Shading. People have always tried to reduce effects of climate like shaded area. Especially in hot regions, people have always preferred spending time in shaded area. In order to reduce effect of climate, it is necessary to shade facade or create shaded areas. Shading is intentional or unintentional creation of shadow on surface. Sunlight lighten and warm building via greenhouses effect during the day. Greenhouses effects can be diminished by shading facade of building via different methods. These methods are form of building, shading elements, positions of table, plants, balcony, open sofa, tables, and form of building. A building having view and plan or having protrusions creates shadow on its own facade and shadows close place such as gardens. First, houses have alpine and creates shadows on the facade. And this fell on plan second one on plan. Third and fourth one have metal protrusions. Five windows used in traditional Anatolian houses often can be given as an example of protrusions. Shading facade elements. Shading elements create shadow on facade and windows. Also, they prevent greenhouses effects on window. Evils is the part of the roof that protrudes from the building, where eave can provide shading on facade. Position of window. The window placed on inside of the wall can be shaded by thick wall. Open sofa. Sofa is space that connects different rooms in traditional Turkish houses and can be used for different functions. Open sofa is an open space that is a garden or a street. It provides shaded areas for users. A1. A1 is slightly semi-open space that faces the courtyard on one side, and it is usually covered with a wood or dome. It is seen in balcony, which can be a protrusions with shadow on plants. Some plants like trees are used to create shadow on facade and courtyards. This chart indicates how 25 hours from the 5 climatic area is shaded and which materials were used for construction of these houses. I will not introduce all of these laws because we don't have enough time for this. As far as houses are observed, it is seen that shading methods are applied at different levels in different climate regions. First method is form of two. Almost all houses shade its own facade because of their forms. But in hot, dry climate regions, shading is provided with interior close to courtyard. In other regions, shading is provided with some protrusions like by windows. In cold climate regions, houses are shaded less than other day. Use of shading facade element is nearly equivalent in different regions. Shading elements are used for different purposes, like privacy and insulation. So it is hard to compare where shading facade elements are used more. but it can be said that houses made from wood use shading considerably more than stone. Usage of EVs is seen in mid-climate regions more than other regions. Whereas all houses in mid regions have EVE, 3 out of 5 houses in other regions have EVE. Usage of EVE in wooden houses is seen more than stone houses. Another method is the position of the window. Placing window inside of the wall method is seen very rarely, and it is only seen for dry climatic regions. Open sofa is seen in mid-dry region more than others. Balcony usage is seen in hot moist region more than others. Not seen in climatic regions. Even though courtyard is seen in every climatic region, every house in hot dry climate regions have courtyard. However, is only seen in hot dry climatic regions. Even if plants exist in every regions, houses in hot dry climate regions have more plants than others. It is understood that hot dry climate regions requires more shading than other climate regions. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, dear Dr. Fethi. I really appreciate it. I think there's a problem in the sound of YouTube. I will try to check with the other presentation in case if there's a technical problem from our side. But I will try to, for sure, we will share the presentations with our colleagues. But let's try the third presentation. I hope this technical problems will not continue. I think the problem is automatically with Fethi's presentation. So let's continue with the Dr. Abedis and Professor Dr. Olakuni from and Professor Dr. Akanu from Nigeria. We will try then.
Good day to everybody. All other protocols duly observed. My name is G.O. Adelisi, a PhD student from Federal University of Technology, Minna, Niger State, Nigeria. The title of my paper is Evaluation of Energy Performance of...
Doctor, we are not seeing the page.
The adverse effect, Minna, Niger State, Nigeria. The title of my paper is Evaluation of Energy Performance of Main Administrative Office Buildings of Universities in North Central Nigeria. Environmental sustainability is one of the major challenges confronting our world today. The adverse effects of increasing energy demand of buildings for comfortable living standard for the growing population of the world has been strongly linked with the menace of global warming and the dreaded case of climate change, which is already an obvious reality. However, improving building energy efficiency has been seen as an integral to climate change mitigation. Building sector accounted for about 30 to 45% of global energy supply, and office building accounted for one of the largest energy consumption within the building sector, particularly during the operational stage. and therefore this building has been seen as a target for energy reduction. Most developed nations have developed energy benchmarks for their various building categories, with majority of developing nations, including Nigeria, lagging behind the objective. Universities are high energy consuming institutions, and they are expected to report and improve the efficiency of their buildings. Universities in Nigeria practice a bulk metering system whereby all the energy consumed within the university buildings are estimated or metered in a central point. Therefore, individual building consumption remains unknown. Inadequate empirical studies on university buildings' energy use, metering system, and general paucity of building energy data in Nigeria motivated this very. Therefore, this study evaluates energy performance of main administrative office buildings of universities in North Central Nigeria towards a sustainable university campus environment. The study covers the annual energy consumption, energy end uses distribution, and performance. This study is exploratory in nature in the absence of energy data for all the buildings. The sampling method is purposive sampling. The case study building were the administrative study building of 5 universities in North Central Nigeria with acronyms case study building 1 to case study building 5 as shown in the figure below. The major instruments used is building energy survey form and a checklist. Data collection was conducted through a simple walkthrough energy audit, observation, and site measurement. Energy estimation was done using a mathematical model where quantity of energy is estimated by energy rating of the appliances, the quantity of the appliances, and the hours of use of that particular appliances. In order to validate the result from the fieldwork, a base case model was developed in Revit 2017 from the average data gotten from the fieldwork and transferred into design builder simulation tools. Energy comparison was done using energy index, a widely used performance indicator globally. All the methods mentioned above have been used by similar study. The result of the building configuration and the building envelope materials shows that all the buildings are similar in design and construction, with their major orientation, main axis in northeast and southwest. The occupancy density stood at average of 17 meters squared, which is higher than the maximum stipulated in National Building Code of Nigeria of 10.3 meters squared. This table shows the annual energy consumption and the respective energy index from the 5 case study buildings. The derived performance baseline stood at 197.85 kilowatt hour per meter squared per annum, while the simulated result is about 233.91 kilowatt per hour per meter squared per annum. End use aggregation result shown that cooling load accounts for about 42.17%, lighting load accounts for 10.45%, equipment load accounted for about 44.03%, while building service accounted for about 0.003%. Although all these buildings comply with the National Building Code of Nigeria in terms of their material and construction, but all the buildings were poorly oriented, and this might accounted for higher cooling load and the eventual high energy use index being in the tropical climate. The derived performance EUI of 107.85 kilowatt-hour per meter square per annum compared with UK SIPC standard benchmark and South Africa, where the climate is similar to Nigeria, found that this particular value is higher than their benchmarks. Having compared the result with a benchmark outside Africa, where the climate is different, and in South Africa, where the climate is similar to Nigeria, and these were found to be energy inefficient. End use distribution result is similar to what is obtainable globally, where cooling load, being a weather-induced load, is found to be significant as an avenue for energy. As a result of this, these buildings are found to fall short of best practices and thereby are not energy efficient. And although they could be refurbished to improve their efficiency as has been the practice globally. Also, cooling load has been established as fundamental to energy reduction in this building. Therefore, it is recommended that proper building orientation should always be given a critical consideration, being an integral to energy balance of building as established by extant literature. Effective submetering system of significant building in the university should always be encouraged, and regular energy audits should be encouraged towards effective energy management on our campuses. Thanks for listening.
Dr. Horaksh, do you hear me?
Thank you, dear Salah. Dr. Alpay,
Yes.
I think the problem has been solved. Am I right?
Yes, okay.
Great, thank you. Let's continue with Dr. Abedis and his colleagues to be able to catch the time since we are 5 minutes ahead. Then please take a note if you have any. Is it the same? Let me check. I think we missed the second one from Mr. Betsy. And
Doctor, the fourth one, not the third one. I think you have to.
the fourth one. So I'm trying to enter to oops. So sharing the screen.
In the inner side of a building envelope under varying climate conditions. Worldwide lifestyle changes have resulted. The presentation title is More Development Risk Assessment in the Inner Side of a Building Envelope under Varying Climate Conditions. Worldwide lifestyle changes have resulted in individuals spending the majority of their time inside. As a result, it is critical to identify and eliminate causes of poor indoor air quality. Fungal infestations are a significant contributor to the deterioration of indoor air quality. Preventing mold development in buildings demands understanding complex transient building physics processes. The purpose of this research was to ascertain the influence of physical building variables on the transient humidity and temperature behavior of building component surface in any climate. At the end of the method, the goal is to eliminate mold growth condition in a specific spots on the inside surface. It is intended to limit the danger of mold growth over the material service life. Hundreds of bacterial and fungal species proliferate in damp indoor environments. Exposure to these microbial pollutants has been linked to respiratory symptoms, allergies, asthma, and immunological responses in clinical studies. As a result, biological pollution may lead to sick building syndrome or other building-related illnesses in indoor environments. When the building's envelope is exposed to excessive moisture, the leaking to the interior surface results in the growth of mold fungus. These are places that may hold biological pollutants, such as gypsum-added partition materials, which are commonly used for interior construction partitions. All of these biological contaminants have a cumulative impact on building inhabitants, causing psychological distress as well as physical illness. New approaches to mold growth control in building materials, mold development conditions, and the use of current hydrothermal models focusing on mold and fungal issues in structures, creating a practical model to predict difficulties. In this context, the elements influencing mold fungal production are first investigated and evaluated. The key factors influencing mold fungus proliferation are relative humidity, temperature, the availability of nutrients for mold growth, and substrate. These three factors must be present at the same time in order for growth to occur. Mold resistance varies between building materials. As a result, in mold growth analysis, building materials should be classified based on their mold resistance. In this study, in order to determine the resistance of building materials against mold growth, common building materials used in Istanbul building were examined. The building materials used in the laboratory study were chosen based on their mold-resistant classification, method, structure, and procedure. There is an isoplus model and hydrothermal model were used in this study to predict mold growth on building materials. Isoplus systems determine the germination time of mold spores based on temperature and relative humidity. The WUFI software tool calculates the macroclimatic boundary conditions required for predicting mold growth in the indoor environment. If, according to these models, all conditions predict fungus formation, by changing the material or construction condition used in the procedure, a recalculation is performed. This method allows different structures to be compared to one another. Expanded outcomes and preliminary modeling and simulation information at the end of the modeling procedure. The goal is to simulate mold growth condition in a specific location on the interior surface. The simulation is carried out for the whole building in a specific geographic location under non-climatic conditions. Confirmation of the developed method through an investigation of a building with a mold problem. An old building that had mold problem for years has had its energy efficiency improved. Thermal insulation was installed on the outside of the outer wall to solve the problem. Mold fungi, on the other hand, were seen again later. The purpose of this case study is to identify the dominant parameters in the risk of mold growth in problem spots. The case study is the basement of an existing residential building built in 1999, as shown in the figure. As shown in the figure, While there is intense smoke in the lower corner of the room after thermal insulation, there is no smoke in the middle of the room. The figure depicts the exterior of the reference building, its plan, and the location of mold growth. The target room is in the basement and only one facade is exposed to outdoor conditions. The inner wall of the south facade has been chosen. The first step in mold formation analysis is to simulate the suspicious area using microclimate conditions. The simulation is set to run for a year in the Istanbul climate. Structure and material data. To begin the simulation, information about the structure, stratification, and the required material properties were gathered. The contractor of the relevant building provided information about the structure of the building. The building layering was drawn based on this information, and building material for each layer was determined. The thermal bridge in the corners of the walls are areas where mold fungi are common. In this case, the first is above the lower corner of the wall being a mold fungus growth zone is that there is a thermal bridge in this area. According to the information obtained, the thermal insulation of the envelope was done after the building was built. For this reason, the insulation of the floor and the envelope cannot be adjacent. The thermal bridge occurs through the gap between the two insulations. The structure must be drawn in 3D model and added to the system in order to calculate the thermal bridge in the WUFI system. Because only one area of a building should be evaluated, the 3D drawing of two floors of the building was created for this study. The system was then adjusted with general information and finally the information required for the 3D object section. According to the temperature data, the junction of the wall and the floor has a lower temperature than the other parts of the wall. This indicates that the relative humidity is higher in this location. The WUFI simulation program was used to calculate the annual relative humidity of the lower part of the wall. The relative humidity is above 85% from the beginning of the 9th month and the middle of the 10th month as shown in the graph. Mold fungus starts to grow on the substrate for 32 days at 50 degrees Celsius and 85% relative humidity in the isoplex system. Fungal growth was investigated in this study under both situational and transient indoor conditions. The main goal of the described research was to gain a better understanding of the processes that causes mold deterioration in residential interiors. Insight was gained in this manner. It was the first step toward developing environmentally friendly, healthy, and long-term indoor fungus control strategies. The result of the dominant parameters determined for each case can be collected and analyzed to generalize the overall importance of the building parameters in each building type and climate. The most important step is to anticipate the necessary measures to prevent mold growth on building materials during the design stage and to reduce the risk of mold growth throughout the material service life. Thank you.
Dr. Horaksh, I think.
Thank you again, dear Dr. Salar. If you don't mind to take the responsibility of the manager to finalize the last 4 presentation, then we will transfer the session chair to Dr. Alpay. If you have any questions.
Yes, Dr. Horaksh, in the beginning, I think we have a little bit problem in the audio. I think this is because of the recording, because it is already recorded. The session, I think it is clear what you hear me very well, and I am hearing you very well. So the problem is not from the session, because some of the colleagues asked to increase the volume or something like this. This is because of the recording. Hello.
Sorry, dear.
Any problem in the audio for the colleagues? I'm asking the members if
the audio is clear. We can hear you now.
I don't hear.
To be able to run the conference smoothly, make sure to mute yourselves. Otherwise, let's say that our assistants are here to directly take the
yes.
They will remove directly the one who's deliberately, let's say, try to.
Yes, we have 15-minute round table. If any question from the audience or from the colleagues to the presenters, you can raise the hand and ask the question if there is any question. Yes, thank you, Nermin. We can hear each other well, I think, during. Yes, Isa, can you ask your question?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yes, the question goes to the presenter, the person that presented on mold development.
Okay, the last one you mean?
My question is, based on the research conducted so far, what material is the most susceptible to mold formation in terms of the basic materials we have? We have wood, stone, brick, and concrete blocks. Which ones are most susceptible to mold formation? Thank you.
Thank you. Bahar, you can answer the question. Did you understand what Isa asked you? Bahar, are you there? I don't see Bahar here.
Dr. Salah, I think she is not here now.
Yes, okay. Actually, yes,
sorry.
Dr. Alpay, please.
Actually, I would like to ask to her one question to Dr. Bahar, but I think she is not here.
Anyway, we can hold the questions. Maybe she will appear later on. Any other questions for other colleagues? Okay, if no any questions, I have some questions to Dr. Alpay. First, Dr. Alpay, I'm very happy to see you again. We met in my final jury. You was one of the jury members in my PhD. I am very happy to see you here. And you mentioned very important point, actually, the relation between the visual transmittance and SHGC, which is one of the main factors that the designer should take care about when he's thinking to have energy efficient building. My question, if you have any specific relationship, or it means a formula between the visual transmittance and the solar heat gain coefficient. These two factors. There are anything about that, if you know?
Okay. These two parameters are so much important for the window glazings because solar heat gain coefficient is that mean it's ensure the solar intense and also interior radiation to the indoor spaces. But the visible transmittance factor is for just the sunlight. By this sunlight, we can see all the objects, all the pattern in the indoor spaces. So there are two different factors from each others. For example, in the office buildings, you should choose the window glazing as low solar heat coefficient because the heat gains are also so much high in the office buildings. But also there are too much lighting consumption is in some kind of these building typologies. So when you choose the window glazing as low solar heat gain coefficient, you should also think that it's also high the solar transmit parameter. But when you look at the guides for the producer of the window glazing, these two parameters are also parallel because when you prevent the solar heat gain from the sun, you can also reduce the solar transmittance by using these light transmittance. So these are very different but very useful and beneficial parameters when you design the windows compatible with climate region.
Yes, thank you. Despite that we had some interrupted connection, maybe we couldn't hear all what you say, but that's fine. We
are problem because of the microphone.
Sorry.
Is there any problem because of the microphone? Can you hear me?
No, maybe from the internet connection. I guess not from, but it was clear for me at least. What did you say? Thank you very much. Dr. Fathi, he's there, Dr. Fathi?
I am here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned many strategies for the shading, but I saw some type of shading in Turkey especially. They are using the white canvas, white clothes material, very simple technique. They are putting front of the windows in especially in the houses or the apartments which facing sunset in the summer. Did you recognize or observe these things? Can we consider this like one of the strategies, maybe?
As I understood you, you are talking about a shading element on windows.
About the shading, yes, about the shading.
Shading elements in traditional Turkish houses is made from wood, and they are generally closed completely, and they are openable. What do you? I couldn't understand exactly what do you mean. White.
There is some clothes. This is not actually architectural element.
Textile, like textile.
Textile, exactly. The textile, white textile, kham, they put front of the windows in order to block the
Understood.
what I want to say, you mentioned all the things in details. I would like to ask you why you didn't mention this, because this is very prevailed way of, or maybe spontaneous strategies, let us say. The people
right.
that
I could have mentioned about it, but I couldn't consider about it. I could have done, but I couldn't consider. There's no other regions.
yes, yes, thank you.
I mentioned about it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Fatih. Dr. Adibisi. Dr. Adibisi are there. Adibisi and his colleagues are there. Maybe he is alone here.
Yes.
So,
hello?
Yes, Dr. Adibisi, how are you?
I'm fine.
We are happy because you are with us with your wonderful presentation. I want to ask you, because you focused on electricity as an indicator to measure the load in the building, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I want to ask, because you took Nigeria like case study. I mean, your case studies in Nigeria. Yes. How did you control the electricity outage? Because I know electricity is in Nigeria is not very stable. Yes, or no?
Yes. Electricity in Nigeria is not very stable, and that is the reason why the study was exploratory in nature. You know, we have to consider in Nigeria here, most of the buildings use both the supply from the national grid as well as from the backup generator. So these two were factored into the average values of the period in which this building was supplied, through the national grid and the backup generator. Some external have actually looked at the percentage of the ratio of supply to some of these buildings in Nigeria. So the study is a build-up on that one. Actually, the average period in which this building was supplied with electricity national grid and the backup generator were related together to arrive at the values.
Yes. Okay, that's clear now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. I had one question for Bahar, but I think she's not there.
She's now here. She's now here.
Bahar, are you here?
Merhaba hocam.
Merhaba. Actually, we had one question from Isa about your presentation. He was asking about you mentioned the strategies that you are using in order to stop the mold in the building, but the material that you are using, it was not clear for him which kind of material you prefer to use. If I am right, Isa, this is your question. So, what is your answer for this question? If you have any answer for it. Bahar, do you hear me?
Yes, I hear. Can I let me open my presentation?
Okay.
Thank you.
Still, we are within the time. Actually, we have another 3 minutes to.
Sorry, I had another presentation before this time, and I can mistake with this. I open my presentation and then answer your question. Sorry about late.
No, it doesn't matter. Take your time.
You asked me about the material I used in my.
Yes.
Okay. I.
Dear Dr. Bahar, we have come to our final hour roundtable table process. So if you can explain your answer 1 or 2 sentences, we will be pleasure.
Okay, just a minute, Paul.
Bahar, if it is Dr. Alpay, the floor is yours now, because the time of the next session started. Bahar, you can save the answers for the second round, maybe in order to catch up with the timing. Dr. Alpay, I am very happy to see you again. Have a nice time, because I have to leave the session because I have a class. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your collaboration, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So one more thing, if you don't mind, as the Professor Salar mentioned, if we couldn't manage to catch the time, the questions you can ask the authors directly from the chat button, directly to the authors, or even the public, so all the audience will be able to follow. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Femi Akande for his reply regarding this presentation. Professor Dr. Alpay, the floor is yours.
Yes, if you want, I can continue. Can I continue, Dr. Harash? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I will also share the screen with you. Sorry. We would like to continue with the paper entitled with adaptation of Dutch colonial architecture to Palmberg humid tropical climates. And I will share the screen now with you.
Okay. I think time for me, Dr. Alpay.
Yes, this is your turn.
My name is. May I share screen my? I'm for Universitas Indo Global Mandiri Palembang, Indonesia. At this time, I want to share
Full screen.
about adaptation of Dutch colonial architecture to Palembang's tropical climate. Introduction. Nowadays, the demand of thermal comfort in a building are required to be carefully planned. In line with this, the movement to save energy is being intensively carried out. Dilemmas begin to emerge in the demands of thermal comfort in buildings to reduce air temperature, humidity, and some problems in humid tropical climates. And to do this, many artificial tools and methods are used which use a lot of energy as the driving force. Dutch colonial architecture, which often found in cities in Indonesia, especially in the Talang Semut Palembang, is a good object of observation for solving thermal problems naturally. At the time, the Dutch colonial architecture, which came from a moderate climate, was moved to humid tropical climate, and at the time, the technology was not yet developed, and the use of artificial air conditioning equipment did not exist. Thermal troubleshooting solved with natural air conditioning system. In the course of the history of architecture in Indonesia, it was noted that there was a Dutch influence on several buildings in certain areas. This is based on the Dutch colonial era in Indonesia, which placed trades of Visser and some Dutch exiles in Indonesia. Conditions in Indonesia at the time were still very simple, popular, with a sense of longing for their hometown, made the Dutch who live in the overseas want to create an atmosphere similar to their home country. Longing is radiated through the building with Dutch architecture, which efforts just took its original form without any effort to adapt of a local condition. Several external problems, such as the level of construction technology, building materials, socio-cultural condition, economic and climate level, greatly after the existence of a building and its development in the adoption process of Dutch colonial architecture in Palembang. The Dutch colonial architecture in Talang Semut area of Palembang notes that there is a lot of diversity in style and function of the buildings, as well as the historical journey that include the process of adapting this Dutch colonial architecture to a humid tropical climate. Background of the problem. At the end of 16th century of Dutch came to Indonesia at first as traders, but later development their power as colonizers. During the 7th century of Dutch began to settle Indonesia and at first did not have close cultural contact with the Indonesian. The arrival of Dutch to Indonesia with the main purpose of trading together with other nations as trader, but because over time it was felt that it was causing competition with native trader and traders of other nations, They were often involved in physical conflict. Finally, the Dutch fortified themselves by living in an area enclosed by a strong fence to avoid physical confrontation with the indigenous population. Living overseas with conditions in Indonesia, which at the time was not yet developed, they had to open new lands. Life in the mindset of conflict made the Dutch people yearn for their comfortable homeland. This longing is reflected in the residential building, urban planning, and their lifestyle. All Dutch development cities are characterized by poor Dutch architecture, marked by canals with the trees along the edge houses. Shop houses line the roadside and warehouse line the water edge. Cities in Indonesia, there is historical buildings record even that during the colonial era, many Dutch people live and work in Palembang. The Dutch who lives in the hemisphere with a moderate climate had adapted to life in area with a humid tropical climate. This life adjustment is not only pattern on daily life and behavior, but also include this adjustment is not only pattern on daily life and behavior, but also include the adjustment of the building patterns. The building which was built by the Dutch still use the Dutch architectural style, but has been adapted to the local climate, namely a humid tropical climate. Methodology. The methodology in the analysis of this research, there were several things that are analyzed in detail. And one part of this, with other part being analysis, is a unity. The other parts that are analyzed are a unit that support and complements each other. Descriptive method was chosen to express all the problems of the thesis research. The part that are observed and analyzed include architectural condition of Dutch buildings in natural in Indonesia, urban context in relation to development of patterns of mass management and environment that affect tropical climatic condition. The process of the adoption of Dutch colonial buildings in Indonesia with the observation area in the Talang Semut area of Palembang. The climatological aspect of the humid tropics on the physical comfort of building users adjust to the prevailing comfort standard. Determinant of sample the research was conducted to observe the process of adoption Dutch colonial architecture to a humid tropical climate. Observation took case in Palembang, and this area was formerly known affords the city by protect against attack by the people. And the beginning architecture was formed as a result of humans from the influence of natural disturbance such as rain, wind, wild animals, and other simple, namely by a coping natural caves limit human ability to create of place alive. That is source. And the development of the era of Dutch architecture with special characteristic that appear of the roof and detail of the walls. But overall, it has a lot in common with European architecture in general. This is due to influence of the climate equation in mainland Europe, namely the moderate climate. Roofs without eaves, wet and glass covered window, plan walls without sunblock, is a future plan for protect against sun and rain, but only to protect against wind and snow. Dutch architecture is famous for its characteristic roof, which can be used of attic, no, and mansard roof. And it is hoped that the sunlight will still be able to enter as much as possible into the Dutch architecture, which are located in this modern area using the sun's head a lot of natural heating through the opening of the wall hole capable of opening the wall hole in the form of a window, intent of capture direct sunlight, direct solar heat gain as much as possible. The roof function is a room. It has also function to suck heat through the roof covering material so that it can warm the room inside. And walls in the Dutch architecture buildings are also used to absorb heat by choosing several building materials that do hinder the absorbing for heat much. The development of Dutch colonial architecture in Indonesia, colonial building began to develop since the arrival of Europeans to Indonesia, which began with the iron trading. The first Europeans to come to Indonesia were actually the Portuguese, the occupation in Maluku, and during the intention with the indigenous people. Forts were built around the European house to protect themselves from attack by the natives. The Dutch colonial in Indonesia can be divided into several periods based into architectural style characteristics that strongly influence them. The influence of Gothic, Renaissance, and other architectural style can also be found in the Dutch colonial building in Indonesia. The office Raja Sunda, and that's a very strong Renaissance and Thomas Nix and Empire State and the period around too. Thank you very much for the my presentation, and good morning.
Thank you very much to Dr. Endang Sri Lestra because of your presentation today about the, and because of your presentation about colonial architecture in Indonesia, which is located in humid climate region. And I would like to go on with I'm sorry. I would like to go on with the paper with the impact of passive system design strategies on cooling loads of building in hot climates, analysis of performance in Siva Oasis, Egypt. Sorry, I have a problem about the reach the yes, okay. I will also share the screen with you.
Hi, hello everybody. First of all, I would like to express my pleasure being a participant in this conference for this second time. And also I would like to thank all the organizers of the conference. Let me first introduce myself. My name is Riham Nedi Faragullah. I'm an associate professor at the Department of Architectural Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Faroes University in Alexandria, Egypt. My paper is talking about the impact of passive design strategies on cooling loads of buildings in hot climates. Analysis of performance in Siwa, Oasis, Egypt. Let's have a short background about the topic, that in the previous few decades, climate change has been a highly essential problem to consider while dealing with the design of buildings. Thus, passive design adjusts to the local climate to promote thermal comfort conditions for building occupants while reducing energy consumption and lowering building temperatures. This emphasizes the importance of identifying and adopting passive cooling solutions that can be used in buildings, particularly in hot climates, to develop the user's thermal comfort. The main problem is that the built environment accounts for from 30 to 40% of the total energy consumption due to heating and cooling demands. In other words, there has been a tremendous growth in the use of air conditioning systems and mechanical methods for cooling buildings across the world, and particularly in hot arid climates. The paper has several objectives. Number one, examining the fundamental challenges that face passive design to achieve thermal comfort in the built environment. Number two, highlighting the importance of promoting passive design techniques and control principles that can be recommended for use in hot climate. Number three, comparing between the various passive cooling strategies to reduce energy consumption and improve thermal comfort in a building in hot environments such as Siwa Oasis. Number four, presenting the findings of the simulation and climatic recommendations using passive design approaches that can be applied in hot arid regions. Number five, identifying the effective cooling strategies as a proposal for promoting thermal comfort conditions and minimizing cooling loads inside buildings, particularly in hot areas. The research will be discussed as follows. First of all, the problem, as we have stated before, is the stress of cooling loads in buildings in hot arid climates. Then the second part is the literature review that deals with different features of passive design and thermal comfort in hot regions. And then part three is the case study that proposes a design of a culture center in Siwa Oasis. In the case study, there was a methodology that was adopted according to the following steps. First, the selection of light stanza simulation software, then modeling and analyzing the case study without passive design techniques, and then modeling and analyzing different cases after applying passive design techniques, and then a comparative analysis or a comparative study between the different cases, until we reach the results that evaluates the thermal performance of each case, to reach the conclusion, which is deciding the best passive design strategies for buildings that can be adopted in buildings during the design stage. Let us see the relation between passive design and thermal comfort in the built environment. Passive design is a type of architecture that uses climate and natural elements to provide a suitable temperature within the building to eliminate the dependence on mechanical systems for cooling, heating, and lighting. Thermal comfort influences an individual's ability to function as well as their health and depends on the accommodation of building design with the outdoor climate. Thus, there are two main factors that affects passive design: climate and comfort. Climate, of course, varies from one region to another in different parts of the world. Then each region has its own design and construction techniques. Comfort has been driven by a need for energy efficiency in the building sector without compromising long-term health and well-being of its occupants. So if these two factors are applied in a good way, then it will result in a satisfying built environment. There are different passive design solutions that can be adopted or that can be applied in hot climates, such as the orientation of the building, which is the process of orienting the building to take advantage of the sun's free energy to reduce the overall building's energy consumption. In hot, dry climate, the optimum orientation for long facade is to face north and south and to be towards the prevailing cool wind direction. Building form and massing, which is related or considered with the shape of and size of the building to maximize its free energy from the sun and wind and minimize energy loads. In hot, dry climate, the form of the building should minimize east and west walls. The building envelope is considered with the different parts of the building, such as walls. The color of the building envelope affect the thermal performance and reduce indoor temperatures. Also the roofs, insulation is placed on the roofs so that the thermal mass is weak with the external source and strong with the interior. And the openings, proper window placement ensures optimum quantity of sunlight to enter the building and achieve natural ventilation. The choice of materials is an important factor and is employed in the building to reduce the heat gains inside the building. Thus, the use of available local materials reduces energy consumption and consequently building costs. Vegetation and greenery is another effective mean of moderating the temperature surrounding a building and reducing its cooling requirements, such as trees, climbers, high bushes, and ground cover by plants. All of them reduce the amount of reflected solar radiation that reaches the building. Enclosed courtyards is another considerable impact on the local climate and contributes to the improvement of the environment. Courtyards reduce the cooling energy needs in buildings by collecting cool air at night and providing shade during the day. Water bodies is very effective, especially in hot, dry climate, where it uses the sensible heat of air to evaporate water, thereby cooling the air, which then cools the interior spaces. The presence of a water body in a courtyard can provide a cooling effect. Wind towers is another solution because it is a shaft that extends above a building's roof with openings towards the prevailing winds. This results in adequate ventilation and low indoor temperatures that keeps the occupants cool without the use of the energy. The case study is a proposed design of a culture center in Siwa Oasis, Egypt. Siwa is a very small town located in Egypt's western desert and is situated 12 kilometers east of the Libyan border, and it has a distinct architectural style in construction, as we see in the pictures. It has a total area of 1,088 square meters, populated by 11 traditional tribes, and it has 300 springs. Siwa has a hot, dry climate. Most of the year, the temperature exceeds the comfort zone. During summer months, from June till August, the maximum temperature exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. In spring and autumn, the temperature reaches between 32 and 39 degrees Celsius. The main problem in Siwa Oasis is the high temperatures, and thus people have relied on the use of mechanical cooling systems all the year to improve the indoor thermal performance. Thus, it was proposed to apply different passive cooling design techniques on the proposed building. The building is designed as a compact structure composed of 4 wings that are connected with each other through a central open courtyard. The building contains different functions such as administration, mediatheque, library, music conservatory, training rooms, a theater, a restaurant, and a kitchen. After that, this phase regards the development of the 3D model of the building using light stanza simulation program to assess the effects of applying passive cooling techniques to accommodate the thermal comfort inside the building. So I have tried different cases like orientation of the building, and I tried it before and after applying the passive cooling techniques. The simulation was carried out during January and July, a month in winter and a month in summer, to see the difference between both seasons. I have also tried in-depth windows with slope sills, windows with sunk screens and louvers, different size of openings, different situations for the courtyard, once with a fountain, another with vegetation, the other with a shading device. And then this resulted that the reference case simulates the worst condition during the absence of passive cooling strategies, which resulted in significant heat retention of the indoor areas. However, comfortable indoor temperatures were achieved by the proper use of passive design strategies, including building orientation, form, envelope, courtyard shading devices, and applying fountains. Thus, this resulted in that case 1, the orientation, it was observed that the building orientation has a cooling effect in January than in July. Case 2, in-depth windows with sloped seals. The recessing and sloped windows control the entry of solar radiation into the spaces and reflected on the outside of the building. Case number 3, windows with sunscreens and louvers. It was proved that the sunscreens on windows are effective in the months of summer than in winter, as it prevents the building from direct solar radiations and enhances cross ventilation. Case number 4, size of openings. The different sizes of windows plays an important role in natural ventilation inside the spaces and consequently reduces the cooling loads on buildings. Case number 5, the courtyard with the fountain. The fountain enhanced the evaporative cooling, especially in summer months. Case number 6, courtyard with the vegetation. The green plants in the courtyard protected the building against extreme heats of the summer. And finally, case number 7, courtyard with a shading device. This proved to be the most cooling effect, and it is considered as good a solution for air ventilation and decreasing the temperature inside the building. This leads to the conclusion that after applying all the previous passive design techniques, it was observed that they achieved functional, sustainable solutions lower cost and increases building performance, also serving as a tool to achieve sustainable strategies to develop the cooling loads in hot, dry climates. It was concluded that form and orientation play an important role in using passive cooling techniques. Building envelope is the most influential parameter to the indoor thermal comfort. Placement of windows in east and west direction, as well as wind resistant slope, generate cross ventilation in interior spaces. Local vegetation protected from dust storms and ensure shadows to gain natural ventilation. And finally, local available materials create low-cost buildings and preserve local identity of the city. Thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riham Nadi, because of your valuable presentation about passive system design strategies in Egypt for reduce the cooling loads in the buildings. Now, I would like to continue with the sorry.
Here, Dr. Alpay, unfortunately,
yes, I'm here.
Let's say 5-10 minutes exactly to finish the session. So,
okay,
if
okay,
we fast.
Okay, I should fast. I know. Yes. I think I have a connection problem with the internet. Dr. Hirsch, can you hear me now? Sorry for the delay.
Bashir, I'm an architect, assistant teacher in Tunisia, and I'm glad to present to you my research entitled Study on the Climate Adaptability of Urban and Architectural Design in Tunis, Tunisia. So I will begin by introducing the context, then I will enumerate the research objective. Thereafter, I will expose the 3 approaches used, which will be followed by the discussion and conclusion. So nowadays, we live in a critical environmental situation characterized essentially by global warming. In August 2021, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published a report alerting the state of emergency and the increased risk of climate change, especially in the Mediterranean region considered as a hotspot. And one of the most important indicators of the situation is the effect of the urban heat island, which is the temperature difference between a city and surrounding rural areas. Thus, the temperatures are high enough and generate first discomfort in outdoor and indoor living spaces, and on the other hand, an increase in the energy consumption of buildings dedicated to the air conditioning systems. These energies produce anthropogenic heat, which is in turn responsible of global warming, and we are therefore facing an infinite loop, a kind of vicious circle that's important to break to improve the quality of our life in our cities. Tunisia is a country in the south of the Mediterranean basin, which is classified as an ecological data, and it is ranked by the United Nations among the 15 African countries most vulnerable to climate change. And its situation is alarming so far as it knows an increase in annual temperatures of about 2.1 degrees and could reach 3.5 in 2050. And Tunis does not escape the problem of cities, and the building sector represents 36% of final energy consumption.
I think there is a problem about the video. Dr. Harash, can you hear me? Dr. Harash, can you hear me?
Study on the climate adaptability of urban and architectural design in Tunisia. So I will begin by introducing the context, then I will enumerate the research objective. Thereafter, I will expose the three approaches used, which will be followed by the discussion and conclusion. So nowadays, we live in a critical environmental situation characterized essentially by global warming. In August 2021, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change published a report alerting the state of emergency and the increased risk of climate change, especially in the Mediterranean region considered as a hotspot. And one of the most important indicators of the situation is the effect of the urban heat island, which is the temperature difference between a city and surrounding rural areas. Thus, the temperatures are high enough and generate first discomfort in outdoor and indoor living spaces, and on the other hand, an increase in the energy consumption of buildings dedicated to the air conditioning systems. These energies produce anthropogenic heat, which is in turn responsible of global warming, and we are therefore facing an infinite loop, kind of vicious circle that's important to break to improve the quality of our lives in our cities. Tunisia is a country in the south of the Mediterranean basin, which is classified as an ecological data, and it is ranked by the United Nations among the 15 African countries most vulnerable to climate change. And its situation is alarming so far as it knows an increase in annual temperatures of about 2.1 degrees and could reach 3.5 in 2050. And Tunis does not escape the problem of cities, and the building sector represents 36% of final energy consumption and 39% of energy consumption and process-related emissions in 2017. So today we present this work, which is a synthesis of three complementary researchers that pursue the same objective to propose solutions to reduce energy consumption in buildings in Tunisia. To do that, our main objectives are to assess the degree of adaptation of Tunisian buildings to climate change and to highlight the most influential indicators of thermal comfort and energy consumption. So let's begin by the first approach, which is a diagnosis of the environmental quality of neighborhoods and buildings in Tunisia. For this study, we are interested in collecting housing in Tunis, and we choose a representative sample of residential complexes in the capital. The methodology was developed using a combination of 5 global environmental assessment tools, the LEED, HQI, which are universal assessment tools, the BDM and EcoPath, which are climate-specific assessment tools, and finally the EcoBat, which is a local assessment tool under development. This cross-reference made it possible to identify the main objectives with the corresponding indicators at the urban scale and at the architectural scale. And we can distinguish 2 types of indicators. Qualitative indicators will be assessed on 2 or 3 scales, and quantitative ones will be calculated using mathematical formulas, reference values, and we also use citizen surveys and numerical simulations. Then we analyze and classify these objectives under a rating system to obtain achieved objectives, partially achieved, flawed, or missing ones. The results demonstrate that the collective complexes in Tunis are not very respectful to the environment and are therefore very vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Indeed, overall, all the collective complexes analyzed have a rating under the average. 15% have a rating below the average for the architectural scale and 75% on the urban scale. And finally, we can attest that at the urban scale, there are missing objectives, which are stormwater management and urban morphology. And at the architectural scale, there are flawed objectives, which are the thermal study, the bioclimatic architecture, and the building materials. These 4 last objectives are about thermal comfort and energy consumption, which leads us to the second approach, which is an assessment of the outdoor thermal comfort in Tunis. And for this study, we have chosen to carry out a comparative analysis of 3 fabrics representative of the city. The first one is a fabric of the Medina of Tunis, which is a dense fabric composed with houses with fascias assembled in clusters, and which generates sinuous and narrow streets. Then we choose a sample in the colonial fabric, which is characterized by an orthogonal grid with buildings aligned and equal height. And finally, we choose a regulated fabric, which is a part of a subdivision governed by urban rules, specification, and imposed with laws. This differentiation of fabrics will allow us to highlight the adaptation of new buildings to climate change from the point of view of the outdoor thermal comfort. It is first necessary to study the impact of the urban morphology. So we have obtained the indicators which have been deemed to be the most influential on the urban microclimate, which are at the district level, the build density, the urban roughness, the plant density, and the urban porosity. Then at the scale, at the street level, we have the ratio height width of streets, the sky view factor, and albedo. For the urban microclimate parameters, we have the air temperature, the mean radiant temperature, the relative humidity, and the wind speed. And finally, to assess the outdoor thermal comfort, we use the predicted mean vote and the universal climate index. For this analysis, we use 2 approaches. So we begin by a comparative analysis, first with the measurement campaign, and we run a numerical simulation on the NVMate model. The outputs are compared to the measured data, and we proceed to a statistical validation of the simulation. And finally, we obtain the PMV by the NVMate model and the UTCY by calculating with the approximative regression function. And the second approach is a parametric analysis, which allows us to confirm the first results from the comparative analysis by changing one indicator at a time. The results of this analysis allowed us to classify these fabrics according to their degree of adaptation to climate change through the thermal comfort indexes, as well as the percentage of comfort zones over a day. And the results show the morphological characteristic of the fabric of the Medina, classify it as being the best family, followed by the regulated one, and finally the colonial fabric. We therefore looked for correlations with morphological indicators to better understand these differences by the parametric analysis, and we were able to highlight the most influential indicators on outdoor thermal comfort. Now that we finished the outdoor thermal comfort, we can go to the third approach, which is the assessment of indoor thermal comfort and the energy consumption of the buildings. For this study, we were interested in downtown of Tunis, which has undergone many changes. Indeed, local authorities tend to demolish the dilapidated colonial buildings and to replace them with contemporary ones. So we choose two colonial buildings and two contemporary ones. We are interested in comparing the thermal quality of the interior spaces and the energy behavior of these buildings. Essentially, the physical indicators of these buildings are about implementation with orientation and the physical aspect of the building with the composition of the envelope, the solar protection, and grades and type of glazing. Then the thermal comfort was assessed by using the predicted mean vote and the standard effective temperature. And finally, we can calculate the energy consumption of these buildings. As for the second approach, this one follows the same steps. So we begin by comparative analysis, first with the measure complement, followed by a numerical simulation on transit model, and we can calculate the PNV and set and the energy consumption. So then we proceed to the second approach, which is the parametric analysis, which allow us to understand the impact of each indicator on the thermal comfort and energy consumption of buildings. The results of the comparative analysis shows a clear difference between the colonial buildings and the contemporary ones, either for the set of the PMV and energetically, the simulation shows that the colonial buildings consume half less than their contemporary counterparts. In the second step, and after carrying the parametric analysis, we were able to obtain the following results, and we can highlight the most influential indicators on the thermal comfort and energy consumption. So this research allowed us to demonstrate the importance of the physical and morphological indicators and how they can help us to characterize the urban district and the buildings studied about their purpose to be energy efficient. So through this study, we were able to categorize three main classes, which are forms with urban density, building compactness, shape coefficient, street shapes, orientation, solar projection, etc. And the materials with ground surface materials, surface albedo, building envelope, insulation, and finally the minerality with land density and bodies of water. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Safa Akor, for your valuable presentation today. And so we have finalized the session, and we come to roundtable session now. If you have any problem to the authors, we will wait your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dr. Alpay. I really appreciate that the presentation was great. We have exactly 2 minutes if there was any question. Or if you want to conclude, dear Dr. Alpay, so we will be able to transfer to Professor Dr. Ana Paula Rayhana. Thank you, dear Dr. Ana Paula Rayhana. for accepting our invitation. It was a great pleasure indeed to be with you. Is there any question regarding our previous session presentations?
Sorry?
Sorry, Dr. Alpay would like to ask, let's conclude. Dr. Alpay, you have 2 minutes to conclude the session, then we will go to session.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is to Dr. Rihan Nadi. Thank you very much for your valuable presentation. You perform your modeling by using light sensor simulation tool. I wonder that does this program also model and analyze the HVAC systems?
Sorry, Dr. Alpay, this program analyzes what? I can't hear you very well.
Does this program also model and analyze the HVAC system?
HVACs? No. No, it doesn't. Yeah, just day lighting, shading, temperatures, things like that, humidity only.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Okay, have you any questions to other authors? So, we have just 2 minutes for finalized session.
Dr. Mohammed, what is the problem? Sorry. Is there any problem?
Yes, my question goes to the presenter. They presented on adoption of Dutch colonial architecture to Palembang humid climate. I was wondering, I wanted to ask the presenter, why do we need to adopt Dutch colonial architecture? Is the local architecture not working? Doesn't the presenter think that adoption would lead to resistance from the local people, especially that the presenter suggested the adoption of form, material, and lifestyle? Don't you think the lifestyle of the people will be affected when we adopt colonial architecture to our local architecture? I want more explanation to that. Thank you.
Dr. Endang, it's your turn.
Okay, thank you. From the description that has been described, the pattern of architectural development is strongly influenced by external factors, be it construction, technology, socio-cultural, economic, and climate issues. That's colonial architecture, which is in its history, record many development and according to the course of colonial politic form Dutch colonial architecture cannot be spared from change due to external influence. From observing the development of architecture styles from Europe,
Dr. Endang, we have to conduct the next session. Could you please finalize your sentences for now on? We have no time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Dr.
Thank you
Alpay.
very much. Yes.
It was great indeed. So there might be lots of questions for sure from the authors, I can see. So you may put in the public chats. So you may have direct contact even with the authors. You have their email addresses. So it's a good platform to exchange your idea. And unfortunately, since it is online, so you will be able to easily, let's say, communicate with them. This is the main objectives of the conference. So please keep in contact with each other. And let's transfer the platform to Professor Dr. Ana Paula Rayhana. Dear Dr. Ana, Thank you. Welcome to the session A, to chairing the session, and the platform is with you. And also I can see that Professor Dr. Akmala is also here with us. I would like to welcome him and all our authors and audience. Dr. Anna, the platform is yours. I'm going to be mute.
Okay, so first of all, I want to welcome everybody and all the participants of this fantastic event. I'm not going to speak the 10 minutes, but I have been so fascinated by all the presentations that I would like to be to see all them at the same time, but it's impossible. So, well, I think we can begin. What do you think? Can we begin? Okay, so I have to share, right? Okay. Aqui. Então. Ai. Então.
Hello, would you like me to share from my side? I'm not seeing you.
I want to share okay, let me try another place.
Thank you, dear Dr. Menat. I forgot to introduce you, our Professor Dr. Menat, with our session.
Sorry. Yes.
Thank you. Hello, Dr. Haraj, and hello, Dr. Anna.
Sorry, Dr. Menat. Sorry very much. I want to thank you so much.
It's okay. No worries. If you would like me to share the presentation from my side,
I appreciate. Thank you very much, and thank you very much to be here helping me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, would you like me to go ahead and share?
Yes.
Okay, just a minute.
Thank you, Menat. Thank you very much.
You're most welcome. No worries at all. I think the first presentation is actually by you.
It's mine.
Yes.
It's mine. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So can you I just want to test if the voice is heard by everyone.
If you can share from the YouTube, not screen share, it will be perfect to stop the sharing and share from the Internet Explorer. So I can see that you are sharing the screen. That's why maybe because of that there is no sound.
Thank you.
Okay, so is the voice and the image clear? I started sharing already.
Yes. But it's not.
Dr. Haraj, if there is any problem, I can also continue to screen share.
No, let me, if you don't mind, by the time that you are sharing the screen, there is Internet Explorer icon. So you would, instead of sharing screen, you will share that Internet Explorer. So if you don't mind, I'm sharing. For the other ones, you will be able to manage.
Boxes versus architecture for people. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and share my concerns with you. So, boxes versus architecture for people. Designing for people must be the main goal of architecture. I think that everybody agrees with this. I read in an interview with Daniel Innerartari, a philosopher of our times, in a Portuguese magazine, that to think nowadays is a revolutionary act. And I find it so curious in the sense that it contains a certain behavior, what happens today in general, and in what concerns architecture and the city, we can say the same. To review the concept of designing for people it will be important and necessary to back off to the modern movement, genesis of rationalism and purism in architecture, to back off to the postulates of the Athens Charter and the consequent reactions of postmodernism. Since the Second War, it took place in Europe a series of initiatives which had as objective the reconstruction of the devastated areas, essentially the urban centers. These new projects had, by reference, the urbanistic model advocated by the modern movement through the manifests of the International Congresses of Modern Architecture. In the new cities, the rationalist principles were defined in the postulates of the Athens Charter. The scream of freedom expressed in the main principles was so strong as they indeed created a statement by its attitudes and tendencies in such a way that many people today, when seeing a house from Mies van der Rohe, Alvarado or Philip Johnson, for instance, will think that they were designed nowadays. And thus, by its rationality, pragmatism, and pureness, from the organization of spaces, transparencies, the kind of materials, to the integration in the landscape, but mainly by the contemporaneity of the concept itself. Everything comes together to give the idea that they were conceived and built today. Inevitably, all these had expected consequences at various levels, and the reactions came from the postmodernism, came from several authors from different countries in the late 60s and 70s, and several authors made part of a list whose theoretical argumentation had the unquestionable value for the practice of architecture and urbanism. Meanwhile, in the last decades, let us say in the last 20 years, new concepts and concerns emerged, like sustainability, which contains itself a series of inherent subconcepts. Said this, where are we now? Observing the exponential growth of the cities around the world, specifically those in Asia, Africa and South Africa, the truth is that both in architecture and mainly in urbanism, it seems that we don't leave the modern movement. We still are there. Cities grew up disorderly, and worse, grew without any kind of philosophy, just with the need of growing more and more into large suburbs, monofunctional, mischaracterized, asphyxiated, without any planning policy, or at least none apparently visible. In what concerns architecture, with its big, equal concrete blocks like giant boxes that multiply infinitely, and where millions of people live, independent of climate and cultural habits, the problem is not different. It's just another side of the same scenario. And if we think that part of this was done and taught by architects, the problem gets even bigger. This reminds us of another difficulty, that is what is being taught in the architecture programs. The studios lost their real meaning. Of course, it's important and even fundamental to be aware of what is being done and by whom, with updated references, but not less important is to be aware of the needs of our times. For that, it is crucial, besides to teach by doing or learning by doing, to teach and to learn by thinking. To learn how to think, not in a fragmented way, but with an integrated and integrator attitude, connecting in the right way all forms of knowledge. And to think in architecture implies to think in its real purposes, in the ethical responsibility, as well as to rethink architecture as a human right. What implies to go behind the boxes, to face sustainability as crucial, necessary, as a conscient need and not just one more nowadays concept. The problem with the exponential proliferation of the boxes is essentially the mischaracterization, the contextualization, and the non-respect, or worse, the disinterest in the real needs of the people, something that reminds us of the problematic of the modern movement. It is important to question even more and more to whom and where are we doing? Are we doing this? For whom and where? It is in this context that is required to review and to reevaluate the main purpose of architecture, which has been lost, what failed in the practice of the modern and postmodern principles, what obliges us to think and to reflect since very early in universities and later in the professional life, with conscience in architecture and urbanism as a fundamental instrument to give answer to human rights. The right to a house, the right to the difference in terms of culture, the right to the urban space, the right to comfort, to quality, independent of the social status. Quality, aesthetics, and comfort cannot be a symbol of status, but a right for all. If in the last century the modern movement failed, becoming a reproduction of speculative logics, and the postmodernism was not able to change it, it is our obligation today to contribute to architecture and urbanism, to ways of life more adjusted to contemporary needs, to integrate instead of breaking, be more heterotopic instead of entropic. When Francis Quéré won the last Pritzker Prize, it was as if a new page surged in the page of doing architecture and urbanism for the people. As I began this test, referring Danielle in orality, saying that thinking is a revolutionary act, I ended it saying that revolutionary or not, thinking is the only way capable of breaking the pressures and make the change. I want to thank you very much for this opportunity and congratulate all the team and for this fantastic event. Thank you.
So,
thank you, dear Dr. Anna Paula. It was creating this learning by doing, and it was
the pleasure. It's by thinking. The pleasure is mine, and I want to thank you so much, and to thank Professor Menat for helping me. Really, thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries at all. It's my pleasure, and thank you for the very interesting talk. It's very insightful and very, very important.
Menat, the floor is yours. You may play the presentations. Then in the round table, you will be able to discuss.
Yes.
If you have any question, please, I'm going to mute myself. The floor is yours.
So now it's Professor Menat. It's your presentation now.
Yes. Okay. Dr. Haraj, would you like me to share?
Yes, it would be perfect.
Today I'm going to present to you the research paper.
Or I can share it.
You will share from your side. Thank you.
Okay. So.
Paper entitled Analyzing Contemporary Mosque Philosophy and Design. The aim of this paper is to shed light on how contemporary mosques are a little bit diverted from their origin as a magnet for Muslim populations in different settlements, in different areas and in different nations, as we can see that the first regeneration of what has been known as the very first mosque in Medina by Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, was considered a minimalistic approach in architecture with very basic architectural language. However, it is mainly entitling or we're acting as a magnet and as a message for simplicity and for the focus on spirituality and on the role of the mosque as a spiritual and a communal node for the nation. The mosques have been transformed from minimalist interventions of gathering for spiritual and for prayers and for cultural and communal interactions, and as well economic values, into a state power where the grandeur and how mosques are now a state signature, or rather a node for expressing diversity, however, and also for expressing economic and extravagant decorations. There have been several debates on where mosques are going to on the theoretical agenda, and how they can be used in an architectural approach to present innovation and to present spirituality in a way which is more adequate for the communities in where they are addressed nowadays. Accordingly, to demystify mosque design, the paper will address three main stages stemming from the introduction of understanding the cultural impacts of mosque design in different nations, and accordingly applying the outcomes of the literature and the criteria of analysis into a methodology which depends on the qualitative and critical analysis of 5 selected cases from the award-winning mosques of the Aghain and Al Fawzan mosques awards for excellence and communal role. The discussion will be redefining the interpretation of mosques between the values of the era and the philosophies that need to be re-questioned, and also how in some points it is stereotyped into some definitions which are not really relevant to the communities they are where they are located. The mosques as community cultural reflections using the social practices, the cultural continuity and identity preservation, the innovation of material expression and form would definitely advance the understanding of the mosques where the eclectic regeneration of forms without understanding the meanings which result from with the crisis of meaning would be reflected in the grandeur of mosques without real social and identity meanings. Accordingly, there is a huge gap between the communities where mosques are located, and at some points, those communities are in dread need for the expenses that are.
So it seems that the quality is low, but I will just try to share it again in case.
Actually use and financial budgets of the mosques, while the repetition and cliche of motifs and of construction methods and of decorations, which are devoid of the contemporary layer of philosophical transitions and the era in where they are addressed. From the literature, it has been extracted that the stereotyping versus innovation would be reflected in the technology, form, expression, meanings related to higher values. And in the historical relevance, we can relate to the innovative expression of the mosque's vocabulary, and in the cultural identity manifestation, we need to readdress the community participation in events, activities, and a sense of belonging, where they actually can use and be part of the mosque's design. The three ideologies of historical relevance, stereotyping, and cultural identity can be a form driver to which can inform future mosques design, and also this was implemented on the 5 selected case studies. The methodology was applied on the 5 cases: Peter Rauf, Chandragan, Nyono, and Sharafuddin, and lastly Bassona's mosque by architect Walid Araf. We have analyzed the plant geometry, the repetitive elements and vocabulary of architecture related to the member, domes, minarets, the type of materiality, how spirituality was entitled and addressed, the cultural activities, and other aspects. Today I'm going to present to you 2 case studies, and you can explore, of course, the rest in the full paper. First, in Beter Oath, we can realize that there is no member, there is no actually dome, and the spirituality is addressed through the play of light and the directionality of the main axe towards Al-Qibla through and to provide the largest lines facing the Qibla direction. The play of light has been used to emphasize the spirituality through the light was at the transition of the square inside a circular tube form to create a magaz in the entrance, which would actually add more tolerance and more preparation for the prayer for the Muslims using this space for praying to be focusing on the real meaning of activity in the place, not on the expensive and expressive decorations. Also, the elimination of the dome, since it's no longer a construction need in this space, and which was originally used to cover the span without reinforced concrete columns. And we can see that the minaret place has been also eliminated and used to express more on the spirituality with the minimalist materials, with a construction which is adequate to the locality in Bangladesh, and where the community themselves helped in the fundraising of the project, and accordingly it became rooted in their cultural